Order.
Kanyalakta. Pagput ka lang may tutit ko yung yipsigin. Ulumi. Ay tami kaptigo. Inudyuti kapting. Konak pe ako tin. Anang nagmigay. Ibiyong night to mig. Ay to akimagaptigo. Koyag yiptigin nakikapting nik. Ay to pagkaptigo. Uluto akangan. At ane ayong itu gabin. Maligaliyok tibutal ba ni. Katimayot. At ane Iumaliw di kainik ay kumakatit. Ikayok tuwi na huwag silugit kibkaktok na mignig nunat siya milawani. At ane tukik pagtuli lingnit. Ayong itu gabit. Huna miglakak hanahimayu gabit. Koya gigiptigin umatipting. Our Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day. We thank you for the blessings that you've given us. We thank you that we're able to spend this day here in this house to be a blessing to those around us and to those that we serve. Heavenly Father, grant us all wisdom. Grant our leaders wisdom that decisions are made in the interests of those they represent. Be with our families at home, Lord. Be with those in the hospitals that are not feeling well, for by your stripes we are healed. Heavenly Father, be with us throughout the remainder of this day and keep us all safe. For us such things in Jesus' name. Amen.
Please be seated. Thank you, Joe Dwakiak, for the prayer and reflections today. Good afternoon, colleagues. When we started this sitting, I reminded you that we expect to hear respectful words and see respectful behavior in this chamber. We had 3 sitting days since I made these comments in my opening remarks, and honestly, I'm disappointed. When we are in this house, I don't want to hear heckling and jeering. I don't want to see eyes rolling or angry looks being directed at one another's. I don't want to see and hear members of this assembly talking over one another or ignoring one another. This behavior is, I believe, below us and the standard to which we should hold ourselves. It does not show the level of respect that each of us deserve. It does not show the level of respect that this institution deserves. And it certainly does not show the level of respect that our people who have elected us as representatives deserve. We can do better. We should do better. We must do better. Colleagues, I'm not saying that we should all agree on everything. That's unreasonable. That's not possible. We are all independent, politically minded people who are elected to represent our people in the best way we can. Disagreement isn't just inevitable, it is necessary. It is through respectful disagreement, constructive discussions, and compromises that we can best represent our people in this form of consensus government. Colleagues, we don't always agree. We don't always get what we want. That is true for the regular members, the members of the Executive Council, and for me as your Speaker. However, we can always choose to be respectful, and I am, again, asking you to make that choice. Please choose your words thoughtfully and carefully. Please show each other, this institution, and the people and our people the level of respect that we all deserve. Colleagues, I'm not only asking you to police your own behavior in this chamber, but to help your colleagues police their behavior as well. We have our rules and procedures that must be followed, and as your Speaker, I always do my best to provide fair and impartial ruling and advice if matters arise with me. However, if you see or hear your colleagues speaking or acting in a manner that you feel is not in keeping with the level of decorum expected in this chamber, please let them know. Tell them that you do not want a sidebar conversation when somebody else has the floor. Tell them constructively if you feel that they are approaching the line or if they have crossed it. Colleagues, I do not want to be delivering this message again in a few days or in a few weeks. Our time in this chamber is limited, and frankly, even if it is necessary, this is not the best waste or best use of our time. I'm going to end this by thanking you for your time and attention today, and by thanking you in advance for improved decorum that I hope and expect to see as we continue through this sitting. Thank you, colleagues. Minister statements. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Mr. Speaker, residents across the Northwest Territories rely on laboratory and diagnostic imaging services to get timely answers about their health, and they expect their government to respond when access to those services are not meeting their needs. I have heard clearly from residents, members in this House, and from healthcare providers about long wait times and barriers to accessing lab and diagnostic imaging services. These concerns were consistent, well-founded, and required action. As the Minister of Health and Social Services, I knew change was required, and I took steps to ensure that this government acted. Mr. Speaker, demand for laboratory and diagnostic imaging services has increased significantly in recent years. More residents are living longer with chronic conditions. Chemotherapy services have expanded in the territory. Clinical practice has evolved, requiring more diagnostic testing to support safe, high-quality care. These pressures have contributed to delays in accessing testing and receiving results. This is why improving access to laboratory and diagnostic imaging services remains a priority for me as Minister and for this government. Through the proposed budget and targeted operational decisions, we have taken concrete actions to improve access, increase capacity, and reduce wait times for residents. As part of this work, Mr. Speaker, we have strengthened collaboration between the Northwest Territories Health and Social Services Authority and Alberta Health Services. In September 2025, new technology was introduced to support faster and more secure sharing of diagnostic imaging, including CT scans, ultrasounds, and X-rays. This allows physicians in the Northwest Territories to quickly consult with specialists in Alberta when needed, supporting timely clinical decisions and critical situations such as stroke, major trauma, or potential patient transfers. We have also removed unnecessary administrative barriers for residents receiving care in Alberta. Alberta physicians can now order laboratory tests directly for the Northwest Territories patients, eliminating the need for residents to return home for follow-up appointments simply to obtain a lab requisition. This change improves continuity of care, shortens wait times for results, and frees up primary care appointments for other residents. Mr. Speaker, demand for our outpatient laboratory services in Yellowknife has been a particular concern raised with me, and I am pleased to report that this is where residents are already seeing meaningful improvement as direct results of action taken by this government. With additional resources put in place in January, the daily number of laboratory appointment slots in Yellowknife has increased by 47 appointments per day, bringing the total to 126 appointments daily. As a result, average wait times have dropped significantly from 40 to 45 days down to about 10 days. Walk-in appointments continue to be available each day. The new callback request system for laboratory appointments also delivering results. Residents who submit completed request forms now receive a callback by the end of the next business day, providing a more predictable and accessible booking process. Mr. Speaker, there is still work to do. Demand for laboratory and diagnostic imaging services will continue to grow, and this will remain an area of focus for me as Minister. However, the changes we have made driven by concerns raised in this House and reflected by the proposed budget, are already improving access and reducing delays for residents. These actions demonstrate that this government's commitment to listening, taking responsibility, and delivering practical improvements that help residents get the care they need when they need it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member. Minister of Health and Social Services. Minister statements. Minister statements. Member statements. Member from Range Lake.
Mr. Speaker, last year members of this Assembly spoke with a clear, unified voice when we passed a motion calling for compassionate medical evacuation policy to standardize escort support in emergency situations. Yet despite this call to action, the minister has still made no plans to support Northerners facing these kind of medical emergencies. Far too often, our constituents are forced to pay out of pocket just to be by their loved one's side. Families deserve support in moments of crisis, not confusion, stress, and financial burden. These are exactly the kind of broken policies MLAs are elected to fix. And I cannot tolerate these circumstances simply because the policy is the policy. Now we have a medical travel modernization plan that focuses not on solutions, but on communication. Information and navigation are the key words in this approach. A clever redirection from failing policies that portrays Northerners as having unreasonable expectations. But the minister will never convince tax-paying Northerners to give up their right to be by their loved one's side during a medical emergency, the same right they would have for a routine, scheduled appointment. These trips come at a heavy emotional toll, and in some cases, with the very lives of their loved ones. Families must be there not just for comfort, but to understand the plan of care and to make life-altering decisions. The financial cost to this government is insignificant compared with the human cost that they bear. Cheers. Expecting them to cover flights and accommodations in these circumstances is unacceptable. Several Range Lake families are still waiting, Mr. Speaker, for some years for the minister to address the wrongs they experienced. And if things don't change, sadly, there will be many, many, many more to come. This is not about money. This is about the recognition and support that can make a real difference in people's lives. We can start today, Mr. Speaker. The only question is whether this minister will finally show the leadership to do so. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member from Range Lake. Member statement. Member from Yellowknife North.
Mr. Speaker, I want to talk healthcare. I know the minister and I do see eye to eye on many broad principles, and likely we can all agree we're striving for continuity of care, recruitment and retention of practitioners, better care closer to home, cultural safety, integrated team-based care, ensuring patients are seen by the right provider at the right time for the right reasons. Great. What worries me is that when I ask for specifics on what progress we're going to see on any of these things and when, I keep getting responses like, review is ongoing, or we're always working to improve. At first, that sounds like a good thing, but if we haven't set any targets, if we haven't figured out how to measure progress and there's no timeline attached to the review, then it's not actually a review. That's called just muddling through. I understand that every individual within the system is trying really hard, and it feels like it would be easier if MLAs over here just shut up about targets and metrics, because isn't it enough they're trying very, very hard? But wouldn't it help everyone if instead of this relentless pressure to always just try harder, we could think more carefully about what specifically we're trying to do and put the right amount of resources towards it? For example, Yellowknife residents were all sent a letter in October 2024 that promised everyone would be assigned to a primary care team. This is an important goal. It's fundamental for good care for patients to be seeing practitioners who know them and know their health history. Except we don't currently have nearly enough physicians or nurse practitioners to accomplish this. When I've asked how we're planning to fulfill this promise, ensuring everyone is assigned to a team, the minister has informed me that panel sizes will continue to be reviewed. Reviewed according to what criteria? To what end? How is this review helping people who do not currently have any regular doctor or NP to get assigned to a team? How is it helping people who are on a team actually get an appointment when the slots are booked up for the foreseeable future? Mr. Speaker, to be clear, I believe every resident in this territory should be assigned to a primary care team, so enough vague promises. Let's take the steps necessary to get there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Yellowknife North. Member statement. Member from Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like some of my other colleagues, we have frustrations with medical travel. For many residents of the NWT, though, the promise of equitable health care is a broken one. Medical travel programs were designed to be a bridge to specialized care, but instead, Mr. Speaker, often constituents will tell me it feels more like a barrier. From staggering out these convoluted policies, expenses to a labyrinth of confusing unanswered calls, Mr. Speaker, the system becomes so convoluted that you almost need a navigator for your navigator to navigate through the process, Mr. Speaker. The minister will point out the Office of Client Experience is a place where you can bring your concerns, but Mr. Speaker, I feel it's more like an office of boundless void. It's where your questions go in and you never hear the answer. Patients' problems slip away into the darkness of the administrative abyss, never to be heard of from again. Mr. Speaker, if the minister is truly listening, she would immediately implement an exit interview process and start to capture some of the raw feelings and data from people who've traveled through south. Now, sure, most will be fine. It's the ones that we have problems with through this medical travel process are the ones we need to get down to the nuts and bolts. Mr. Speaker, here, healing does not happen in a vacuum. Mr. Speaker, while the staff are real people at medical travel, they are shackled by these antiquated policies, Mr. Speaker. Patients shouldn't feel like they're being managed by bots. Mr. Speaker, we could do some common sense changes, such as an automatic tongue twister there, an automatic escort for non-medical escort criteria processes when it comes to seniors, elders, and vulnerable patients, Mr. Speaker. An automatic process. Mr. Speaker, elders, no Indigenous elder should ever feel that they have to navigate a complex southern hospital system alone. Mr. Speaker, failing to recognize that family supports are essential to the outcomes is a neglect, in my opinion, from people understanding the system. We need cultural safety, human safety, and certainly empathy, Mr. Speaker. The logical failures are exhausting. Northerners tell me that they often feel when they take the medical travel system, they feel like untethered kites in the wind, tossing around, trying to figure out cancellation, fragment communication, and Mr. Speaker, the list goes on. Mr. Speaker, to be frank, healthcare is a right. It shouldn't be a privilege of geography. So, Mr. Speaker, in closing, if you're from a small community, Indigenous community, rural or whatnot, multiply everything I just said by 100. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Yellowknife Centre. Member statements. Member from Frame Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this weekend I attended the second annual Still Dark Music Festival, which takes place in the heart of Yellowknife's downtown. The festival was established by a dedicated group of volunteers who are looking to help people through the dark months of winter when most of us aren't getting out as much, and it has quickly become one of my favorite events of the year. My favorite aspects of this festival are how it highlights and celebrates both local artists and venues, and it's really clear from this year's festival the Yellowknife music scene is blessed with seemingly endless depths of local talent. A few local highlights for me were seeing Johnny Vu at the Underground, Ben Cornell at the Top Night, and Frame Lake's own punk band Upper Mall Rats, who brought down the house at the Elks Lodge. Their hit song, Medical Travel, was particularly raucous, not unlike when that subject hits the floor of this house, Mr. Speaker, and that's just scratching the surface. There were so many shows going on, you couldn't possibly attend them all. Your Yellowknife MLAs were pleased to be able to contribute to the free event on Saturday afternoon at the Visitor Centre. I'm pleased to note that the festival sold out as of Saturday, so I want to congratulate the board on a very successful weekend. I want to thank them for their huge contribution to our community's arts scene and hope this festival continues its success for many years to come. Events like this are what make our community such a wonderfully social place to live. I spoke to one of the bands attending from the south, and they were blown away at our diversity of venues, noting it was a much better scene than they enjoy in their larger southern city. It's easy to get a bit downtrodden about Yellowknife these days, Mr. Speaker, so I really took this outside perspective to heart. We still have a lot of great things to appreciate here, thanks to the people who put their time into making events like Still Dark happen in our community. So please join me in thanking the board for their hard work and congratulating them on another successful festival. Here's to many more.
Thank you. Member from Frame Lake. Member statement. Member from Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and just a plug for the next festival, which is the Still Dead Film Festival coming up next weekend, I think it is. Mr. Speaker, causes of homelessness are varied and complex, as discussed in A Way Home, the GNWT's strategy to address homelessness and to support residents and stakeholders such as NGOs in this space. As the strategy notes, one of those causes is gender-based violence. Disproportionately affecting women, girls, and queer folks, residents need a safe spot to land when their homes become too dangerous to stay in or return to. A Way Home also notes that better support is required for frontline workers and organizations assisting these folks fleeing gender-based violence. And so, GNWT action on homelessness needs to dovetail with existing support and expertise that exist in NWT NGOs. In this regard, the GNWT has taken great strides with NGO partners here in Yellowknife, and I am thankful for the transitional homes and spaces that have been created in the 20th Assembly. Historically, family violence shelters have been funded by Health and Social Services across the NWT since the 1980s. In 2019, YWCA NWT was offered time-limited funding by Women and Gender Equality Canada to establish 2 safe homes in communities without family violence shelters. These safe homes were launched in Fort Simpson and Fort Good Hope. For nearly 3 years, staff at the YWCA have been working with community, Indigenous, territorial, and federal governments to try and secure other funding for these 2 safe homes, where the wage funding lapses at the end of this fiscal year. So far, they have not been successful. While I'm appreciative that EIA and YWCA NWT staff will be sitting down in the new fiscal year to discuss their fiscal picture and realities of many more core services that the territory's largest NGO provides for women, children, and families, I must also point out that if these safe homes close at the end of March, it is very unlikely they will be reinstated later in 2026. Starting from scratch months from now would cost more than the $340,000 that YWCA is seeking from the GNWT at this time. As we move towards a model of housing NWT taking on support of spaces, EIA taking on a coordination of policy approach, and health supporting wraparound services, it is imperative that this Assembly have a fulsome understanding of how A Way Home will align with NGOs providing the frontline work in supporting residents fleeing gender-based violence, including at what cost to the public government. Mr. Speaker, I will have questions for the Premier at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you. Member from Great Slave. Member statements. Member from Nuvik Boot Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the town of Inuvik, led by the mayor, has set up a community leadership group. We meet once a month up there, Mr. Speaker. It's represented by both myself and my colleague from Inuvik Twin Lakes, as well as the Indigenous, both Indigenous governments, as well as various NGOs and other leadership that provide community organizations that provide community service. Last month's meeting, Mr. Speaker, took place at the Aurora College ARI Innovate Center. The Innovate Center, which was originally called the Micro Manufacturing Center, was set up several years ago through Aurora College, through ARI, and was kind of set up to allow people to kind of get a leg up to potentially start a small-scale business, kind of an introduction to a little bit of technology, Mr. Speaker, such as silk screening, wood burning, 3D printing, etc. Aurora College originally funded this initiative through various funding agreements such as NSERC and ITI, but to date, this year, Aurora College has decided that they doesn't seem to have a lot of interest in continuing this program, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, at this point, they've got funding till the end of March. They're looking at trying to acquire an additional approximately $200,000 to maintain the staff member they have there, to give them a year to kind of research some options again, such as NSERC or other science research institutes, through our programs at GNWT, through ITI, to continue this important organization that provides for so many in the community. Things like they do workshops, Mr. Speaker, where people of all ages come, elders will come, has been many elders attend. They do workshops that have attracted things like create a sign for your cabin night, or they'll work with antler and do some research on how that antler can be used, what sticks to it, how long does it last, things like that for different arts and crafts. So, Mr. Speaker, I think it's very, very important that we continue this, that we support this organization, and I'll have some questions for the Minister of ITI on how we can look at continuing that this amazing organization stays in Nunavut. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Nunavut Lake. Member statements. Member from Tune-a-Day-Willity.
Mr. Speaker, during the negotiation for Treaty 8 on July 25, 1900, in Food Resolution, Northwest Territories, the Commissioner promised the First Nation signatories that supplies of medicine will be put into charge of a person selected by the government and will be distributed for free to those Indians who might require them, and that the physicians attached to the Commission should give free attendance to all Indians who might find them in need of treatment, and as they pass through the country. As treaties negotiated between the Crown and Indigenous nations, provincial or territorial borders are irrelevant. Section 35 of the Canadian Constitution upholds these rights nationally, and through Bill 85 of this Assembly has committed to aligning territorial laws and policies with health-related rights in UNDRIP, which affirms Indigenous peoples' rights to non-discriminatory access to health and social services at the highest attainable standards. All of this means our modern-day territorial government has a duty through health and social services to ensure care is provided and covered. Yet these rights continue to be obstructed with irrelevant jurisdictions and borders getting in the way. Our rights are getting lost in an ever-growing mess of policies and regulations and built on struggling, underfunded territorial health systems. This government continues to focus on building up bureaucratic barriers instead of seeing the bigger picture, which is honoring the treaties and ensuring our people can actually access the care they are owed. For example, last year when an elder from Tootsake became ill while traveling to Alberta, the minister could not even clarify who had jurisdiction when they went to the hospital in Edmonton. At the end of the day, Tootsake Dene First Nation paid close to $50,000 for their escort and accommodations, while time and again, the minister expects me to call the chief and tell them to cover that cost. That should be the responsibility of this government. Even with municipal levels of government right enshrined in the Canadian Constitution, an obligation recognized internationally, these sacred commitments are still not being fulfilled. The minister must explain to our people and communities what is holding up our treaties and be transparent about her work with the federal government. And she cannot rely on Jordan's principle as a backstop. Mr. Speaker, I would have questions for the Minister of Health at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you. Member from Tune-a-Day-Willity. Member statements. Member from Ofwi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Denega Wikehudi. Denega means it's a Denesotli Yeti, means this land. Wikehudi, look after, in Quechua language. Denega Wikehudi is a landscape of profound natural, cultural, and political significance in the Northwest Territories, encompassing nearly 800 square kilometers along the north arm of Great Slave Lake. It has been a place of gathering, teaching, and sustenance for Dene and Métis people for countless generations. This land is a living foundation of stories, language, ceremony, and knowledge passed from elder to youth, rooted in long-standing relationships with the water, the island, and the wildlife that thrive there. Mr. Speaker, elders from the Quechua Nation and neighboring communities remind us that the North Arm is woven into their cultural identity, used as camps, fishing and hunting areas, travel routes, and places of spiritual power. It has been said Denega Wikehudi is a place of legends, sharing, teaching, and learning. It is also a critical habitat for migratory birds, species at risk, and rich array of wildlife and flora, all of which contribute to its environmental and cultural significance. Mr. Speaker, Dinigawik Ehudi is still a candidate protected area under the Protected Area Act. While this designation offers some protection, this phase is meant to be temporary as establishment and management agreements are negotiated. Mr. Speaker, this process has now been stalled for nearly a decade, largely because parties cannot come to an agreement on how many seats each will hold on a co-management board. This agreement has overshadowed the common good and delayed long-term protection for an area of national and international importance. Mr. Speaker, it is time to move forward. The people of the Northwest Territories and future generations deserve no less. Mr. Speaker, I will have a question for Premier. Thank you.
Thank you, member from Mophie. Member statements. Member statements. Colleagues, today with great sadness, difficulty, and with a heavy heart, yet profound gratitude to celebrate the extraordinary life of Kathy Kachia Gwinnett. We're saying goodbye to an extraordinary woman whose spirits, talent, compassion, strength, and unwavering dedication wove her deeply into the fabrics of Fort Liard, Detroit region, and beyond. I know she touched countless lives within the community, region, and NWT. Kathy's connection to traditional art was the heartbeat of her spirit. As the manager of the Echo Denny Native Craft Store, she poured her passion into getting art and crafts that preserve the stories of Denny heritage throughout the beadwork, baskets, and other items made of birch, and teachings that bridge generations. She didn't just sell art, she taught it with infectious enthusiasm, empowering youth and community members to discover their own voices through hands-on lessons. Her shop became a gathering place where creativity flourished, and her guidance initiated pride in cultural traditions that might otherwise fade. I can tell you, when people came to Fort Liard, they had to stop in this store, at this store. I can tell you, my office has several pieces that we use as gifts. Kathy's strength shone brightest in her service to Fort Liard. A lifelong resident, she served as deputy mayor for 2 years before stepping up as a mayor on April 15, appointed by her fellow colleague members to succeed the outgoing mayor. Humble yet resolved, she declared feeling honored to lead, focusing on council's goals like smooth governance and community priorities, including her role on the Water Advisory Panel and District Education Authority. Even in her short term as mayor, she built bridges, fostering unity, supporting essential services, and lifting others with her belief in collective process. Her leadership exemplifies quiet power, listening deeply, acting decisively, and always prioritizing her people. She had a gift for bringing people together, creating space for dialogue and understanding, and reminding us that true leadership begins with kindness and respect. Kathy faced challenges with courage and grace. She never wavered in her belief that a strong community is built by lifting one another up. Whether through her work, her guidance, or her laughter, she made others feel seen, valued, and capable of greatness. Kathy's legacy endured in her art has inspired. She inspired the leaders she nurtured and the community she strengthened. She taught us that true passion and strength create ripples of lasting change. As we say goodbye, we remember Kathy not with sadness alone, but with gratitude. Gratitude for her teachings, her strength, and her beauty she brought into this world. Her spirit lives on in the community, and she helped build and in the hearts of all who loved her. Kathy was born on May 10, 1982 in Fort Nelson to Gordon and Marie Kachia. In Fort Liard, she met the love of her life, Michael Gwinnett. 15 years ago, they welcomed their child, Aiden Gwinnett, into the world. After a long battle with cancer, she passed away in Edmonton on December 5, 2025. She's survived by many loving members, including her daughter, Angel Kachia. Family would like to thank everyone for reaching out to them during this difficult time. She will be sadly missed. Thank you. Member statements. Member statements. Returns to oral questions. Returns to oral questions. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Member from Ranger Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to recognize my mother and father-in-law wwho are visiting here from Saskatchewan, Ruth Wellborn and Wes Wellborn. Thank you for being here today.
Recognition of visitors around. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Member from Nunavut.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to welcome Deborah Raddy. Debbie is the constituency assistant for Nunavut and also a good friend of mine. Thank her for her role and the good work with constituents throughout the riding. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Nunavut. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Member from Wolfe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to recognize and acknowledge one of the page. She is a Clicho citizen, originally from Bichico, Mika Kachilia, and her grandpa is from Gamity, is my first cousin. Thank you.
Thank you, from member from Wolfe. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. If we missed anyone in the gallery today, welcome to your chambers. I'd like to thank you for allowing us 19 members to represent you in these chambers. I hope you enjoy the proceeding. It's always nice to see people in the gallery. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Order applies to the budget address, day 3 of 7. Member from Mackenzie Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I would like to start my 2026-27 budget response by acknowledging the residents of the Northwest Territories, the Yellowknives Dene First Nation, especially to the residents of the Mackenzie Delta region. The contents within this proposed budget should shape your future, the future of your community, the future of the Northwest Territories and Canada. And it is our responsibility to ensure that your future is secure and safe, whether you live in Yellowknife, Hay River, Inuvik, or the small community of Tigachik. This proposed budget should reflect your fiscal and personal responsibilities from this government for the coming fiscal year. Mr. Speaker, this proposed budget is more than dollars and cents. It should be a plan for a safe, vibrant, and sustainable future for all the residents of the Northwest Territories. It should measure the immediate needs of our homes, our communities, and our territory with a long-term vision that will shape the economic future of the Northwest Territories for generations to come. We are building on the past for our children and their children, not making promises, but making good on our promises. This government is more than halfway through its mandate, and we're still trying to make good on our priorities that we set in November of 2023, priorities that we set collectively to make the lives of the residents of the Northwest Territories healthier, economically sound, and safe. Mr. Speaker, every resident of the Northwest Territories needs assurance that their immediate and long-term future is secure and that their children's future is secure for generations to come. The security of their future weighs heavily on the decisions that we make as a government. Let us not be a status quo government, but a government that will make good on the decisions that will bring prosperity to every person that calls Northwest Territories home. Let us continue to invest in our resources that will make Northwest Territories a place where investors will come and help build our economy. But we must invest in our greatest resources, and those resources is our people of the Northwest Territories. The residents of the Northwest Territories are concerned about the high cost of living, their housing needs, their health care, their children's education, just to name a few. Mr. Speaker, if it was not for the Dempster Highway and the seasonal Klavik-Inuvik ice road going through the Mackenzie Delta region, we would have nothing in this 2026 27 proposed budget. Our local Indigenous companies must be given every opportunity to participate in building the economy of the Northwest Territories. The Mackenzie Delta electoral district is vast, and our residents should be able to be competitive in contracts with the government of the Northwest Territories, whether it's through incentives or negotiated contracts. The communities of Aklavik, Tetleje, and Tigitchik need to be recognized by this government as equal partners in the Northwest Territories. We do not have rich deposits of resources, but our communities and its residents do have traditional and cultural knowledge to share with the rest of the world. Mr. Speaker, we have a high number of Northwest Territories residents who are struggling with addictions, with a high percentage of them being of the Indigenous population. When an individual is plagued by addictions, it has a negative impact on every department within this government. I would like to see more emphasis put on homegrown treatment and aftercare. The Northwest Territories needs its own treatment center where our own people heal our own people. Sending our residents down south should not be the only option given to our residents. We have to start the healing process right here in the north because it is where the problem exists. Aftercare is one area that I've been hearing about because when our people return back to their respective communities, they fall right back into the situation that they left a month ago. Mr. Speaker, Yellowknife, Hay River, and Nuvik have the highest population of homeless people, and that is where the funding is being concentrated on. They have the highest rate of homelessness because there are no options within our smaller communities, and our residents go to the bigger centres to take advantage of the services. The homeless residents would like to stay in their communities, but they have nowhere to stay. More options should be given to them so they can stay in their communities to take some stress off the larger centres. Mr. Speaker, the housing crisis is an international crisis that we have to deal with on a daily basis. Housing NWT is working hard to overcome this issue with what funding they have at their disposal. The local housing authorities have to play a bigger role in this crisis. It does not only affect their respective communities, but the territory as a whole. The housing authorities have to meet and learn from each other. We have overcrowding in our communities, but we also have people living in units where there are more rooms than occupants. The local housing authorities have to meet the needs of the residents' needs. The conditions of these units are not in living standards, and yearly housing assessments are conducted, but due to funding, we cannot fix these units, let alone build new units. Building stick-built homes has to be a priority, not modular homes. Stick-built homes provide jobs. Jobs help stimulate the economy. Mr. Speaker, the education system, kindergarten to grade 12, is not only failing the students within our smaller communities, but is failing the communities. Implementing another jurisdiction's education system is not the answer. We have to educate our children so that they are vibrant members of our territory. Socially promoting our students is no longer an option that I agree with. We have a small percentage of graduates who are able to pursue post-secondary education and find a real career path. The higher percentage of graduates do not meet the requirements to go to college or university, therefore are recipients of the income assistance program. Educating our children has to be a priority that every child, every parent, every community, and this government can be proud of. This is investing in our people. Mr. Speaker, the healthcare system is another area of great concern. The residents of the smaller communities are deeply concerned about the quality of healthcare they are receiving. I understand that we are part of this international crisis when it comes to recruiting and retaining health professionals to our territory. Recruiting and retaining health professionals is just one part of the concern. Medical travel, medical escorts, and accommodations is also an area where improvement needs to be addressed. I would like to see the Indigenous governments play a bigger role in accommodations for their membership. A collaboration between several Indigenous governments and the GNWT can address the accommodations concern. Having a patient advocate within each of the communities will bring more efficient services to the patients. A collaborative approach between the GNWT and the communities will bring relief and assurance to the residents of the smaller communities. Mr. Speaker, I would like to bring forth the concern that has been addressed for some 40 years, the concern that the Tsigachick residents have been calling for over 40 years. The concern is to obligate Treaty 11, and that is to provide police and nurse services within the community of Tsigachick. The population of Tsigachick should not be the reason as to why they are deprived of these essential services. Tsigachick is on the highway system, and with the high rate of hard drugs entering our communities, Tsigachick need these services today. Mr. Speaker, the treaty obligations of the federal and territorial government has to be maintained and made a priority. This government seems to be forgetting that Treaty 11 and other treaties were signed with the residents of the Mackenzie Delta, and the territory will get the best education that is available to them and the best health care that is available. In recent years, since devolution, our treaty obligations have diminished a great deal, and this government needs to revisit how they are obligating our treaty rights. Every resident of the Northwest Territories needs to be treated fairly, treated with respect, and treated as though this government takes their needs very seriously. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I would like to thank my colleagues on this side of the House for their continued support in helping me to try and meet the needs of the residents of the Mackenzie Delta region and the territory as a whole. I would also like to thank the Executive Council for their efforts in running the territory, building the economy of the Northwest Territories, and providing essential services for the residents of the Northwest Territories. Working together can only strengthen our government, therefore providing a brighter future for the people of the Northwest Territories. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Mackenzie Delta. Replies to the budget address, day 3 of 7. Replies to budget address, day 3 of 7. Acknowledgements. Acknowledgements. Oral questions. Member from Inuvik Boot Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Following up on my member's statement, I have a question for the Minister of ECE. I may ask her to change hats halfway through, but in her what I'm assuming are regular meetings with the Aurora College chairperson, Mr. Speaker, I wonder, could she commit to bringing the urgent plight of the Innovate Centre at Inuvik to his attention and have a conversation around why Aurora College has decided that they will no longer be supporting this organization in Inuvik. Thank you.
Member from Inuvik Boot Lake. Minister of Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I can certainly have a conversation, as the member has outlined with the chair. We end up having quite a few meetings or phone conversations, and I would be happy to bring up the Innovate Centre. Thank you.
Minister of Education, Culture and Employment. Member from Inuvik Boot Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I certainly appreciate that. We'll look forward to a reply on that. If the college is no longer interested in funding this, again, this important organization, at least for another year, so they can seek funding in other sources, would you commit to looking at either the Department of ECE or ITI to look at ways we can at least short-term fund this organization for a year? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Inuvik Boot Lake. A little creative, but I will allow it. Minister of Education, Culture and Employment, and Minister of ITI.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. That's a dangerous precedent setting. Mr. Speaker, so ITI has funded the Innovate Centre over the course of the last few years, just over, I believe, $420,000. There's different funding avenues that might be available to the Innovate Centre, so I definitely suggest that they follow up with ITI specifically. Examples of potential funding pots for that would be that it already exist are the seed funding avenue. There's also the large arts grants depending on types of programming that they're looking to offer to residents of Inuvik, and there may even be avenues where we can look at potential business incubator type sites. So I certainly recommend a follow-up with the ITI regional staff for sure. As far as ECE is concerned, that one would be a little bit trickier because there's not the same type of application-based funding, but I'm certainly happy to continue the conversation with the member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister of ECE and ITA. You did a really job of getting back to ECE. Thank you. Member from Nunavut Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for your indulgence. Certainly appreciate it. And I do understand there's been some funding, albeit not all to the core funding. I think the core funding they received 2 times $25K for some of the infrastructure and some of the equipment that they purchased and whatnot in there. Other fundings were gone, I think, through organizations who use that Innovate Centre because it is a membership-based centre, Mr. Speaker, where people can come in and access these fancy pieces of equipment, learn how to use them, maintain them, and operate them, and so on. What this does say, though, I mean, I know the VP position of Aurora College was out of Inuvik, is now based in Yellowknife for various reasons, I'm sure. But maybe it's time we start looking, Mr. Speaker, as we've talked about in this House before, is having the Minister have a look at maybe putting ADM positions outside of Yellowknife, and in particular somewhere like Inuvik, where there's more than just this happening there, as we know, and to get some senior positions out of Yellowknife and into the regions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Nunavut Lake, Minister of Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, education is a great example where a lot of their staff are actually based regionally, but whenever there is job applications for within the department that do go out across the government, I know that we as cabinet ministers encourage departments to use the remote work policy so that really people can be based across the territory if appropriate. So I can confirm for the member that work is done. As far as Aurora College, as the member knows, the operations of that really do fall under the President and the Chair of the Board of Governors, so that's not one that I have control over, but the member certainly has my commitment to continue encouraging regional representation within departments that I am the Minister of. Thank you.
Education, Culture and Employment. Oral questions. Member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So in my statement, I spoke about the need for every resident in the territory to be attached or assigned to an integrated primary care team, to have a relationship with a nurse practitioner or a physician as part of a team who knows the patient, knows their history. And the HSS report released last year called Equitable Access, Co-Designing an Integrated Primary and Community Healthcare Framework, identified a goal of fully functional integrated care teams by 2028. So my question for the Minister of HSS, is HSS publicly committing to have every resident in the territory attached to a fully functional integrated primary care team by 2028? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yellowknife North, Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yes, the department has made this commitment. Fully functional means teams are appropriately staffed so that care is sustainable and relationship-based. My goal is to progress towards an improved patient attachment to care teams while ensuring implementation is safe, sustainable, and responsive. The first step is the publication of the North Star Primary Care and Community Care Framework in May 2026 of this year. Once the framework is public, the department will focus on developing guidelines for patient attachment and setting clearer expectations for team-based care. And this may look different where you live in the territories. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Services. Member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's good to hear the minister make that commitment publicly. So does the HSS actually have a plan for acquiring the human resources needed to staff all of those integrated care teams? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Yellowknife North, the Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yes, right now we are working on the people strategy, which is part of that. It's also a key strategy in the primary community health care framework. Integrated care teams include physicians, nurses, nurse practitioners, Indigenous health workers, community health representatives, administrative staff, mental wellness, and social supports. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Yellowknife, or Minister of Health and Social Services. Final supplementary. Member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So finally, has HSS already identified standards or guidelines to ensure that the number of patients assigned to any one team is safe and manageable for practitioners? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Member from Yellowknife North. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the Northwest Territories, there isn't a jurisdiction that's comparable to us, and with the changes to team-based care currently going through the rest of Canada, at this time, there isn't one place that's ahead of us, so there is no fixed panel size that's appropriate across all communities or care models, so panel sizes must consider patient complexity, the members on the care team, scope of practice, the environment where the care is being provided, and administrative support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Health and Social Services. Oral questions. Member from Range Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in speaking about medical travel, especially around exception policies, because we can't have a one-size-fits-all policy, obviously, but oftentimes concerns are supported by doctors, supported by medical personnel, and we're told time and time again, policy says no. So my question is, does the Minister of Health and Social Services have the authority to approve exceptions for medical travel policies? Yes or no?
Member from Range Lake, Minister of Health and Social Services.
Mr. Speaker, within my authority, I have the ability to approve, but where I use the expertise of the medical advisor and the processes that we have to advise me on the recommendations, and then I make a decision based on that if it ever came to me. But however, within this process, majority of the exceptions that come to my office are not within the medical travel policy. They are usually when it comes to air ambulance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister of Health and Social Services. Member from Range Lake.
Thank you. I'm going to take that as a yes, but what is the point of an exception policy if the minister isn't making exceptions to the policy? What is the point of this whole process if the answer is always going to be no, Mr. Speaker, because constituents who go to the minister expect help. They don't expect to be told no. That's why they're asking for an exception to the policies in the first place, Mr. Speaker.
From Range Lake, Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as the minister, my role is to ensure that when these concerns are coming up, that I'm able to bring forward through their processes, through our business planning process, the evidence and the data when spending and when asking this House to spend public dollars, and that is the process that I have to go through. When it comes to exceptions, right now the policy we have is for medical travel for scheduled appointments. There is no escort policy for medevacs or ground ambulance or air ambulance, and that is why within the medical travel modernization process, that is where we are going to be working on. Once we figure out the whole processes where people are traveling, we're trying to ensure that we're finding the money that's being spent on travel that probably could be saved, and we can use that funding. Otherwise, we would have to look internally and start to look at money that's within the NTHSSA and reallocate that from things that are also important to residents of the Northwest Territories. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Health and Social Services. Final supplementary. Member from Range Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm all for efficiencies within the medical travel system, and there are a lot of baseline approval processes that don't have anything to do with medical travel exceptions that are costly, bloated, and inefficient. What we are talking about is people who need help when the system has failed them, they're falling through the cracks. Will the minister do the right thing and approve the exceptions that are brought forward by our offices, supported by doctors' evidence, supported by the medical system, do the right thing and help these people because they need it? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member from Range Lake, Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when the patient needs access to health care, our system does get them to wherever the nearest service place is. It's when there's an exception process for an escort. That is usually the process that we use, and we have to use our policies, as I mentioned. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Minister of Health and Social Services. Oral questions. Member from Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know of one policy that's been reviewed or could be referred to as an ongoing living document, it would be the medical travel modernization process. I can go back to memory of 2004 us talking about it. Mr. Speaker, my questions if they're not aware yet who I'm asking the Health Minister. Mr. Speaker, my member statement today, I talked about asking for an exit interview. In other words, people who go through the medical travel process, acknowledging formally right now, most will probably not be a problem and they'll say it was great. That said, Mr. Speaker, people feel like they're being treated as bots. There's an insensitivity to the process. Would the minister consider the option of making some after process connections to find out how people's experience was through the medical travel experience? Thank you.
From Yellowknife Centre, Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, those processes are already in place, and I'm not sitting here saying that there's no problems within the system. There is, and I've acknowledged it, and we are going through the process to look at escorts for air ambulance. We are gathering the data. Those processes then go through our business plan process. So within the Office of Client Experience, they have a very nice report that they have, taken a lot of the data and the complaints, and my office has documented any exception requests that have gotten through the department. We keep those requests. Every MLA concern brought forward to my office, we know what the issues are. It's the process that we have to get to through getting a policy written and then funding attached to it. That's where we're in this medical modernization. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Health and Social Service. Member from Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the answer from the minister. I mean, she says it's a very nice report. I guarantee you, I bet it has a nice cover, etc. Mr. Speaker, the problem with this is the disconnect of the report into action. Mr. Speaker, is there a way to implement some of these results or recommendations earlier? Because if we all wait for medical travel to be repaired or fixed or modernized or whatever semantics we want to use, Mr. Speaker, the end of times are probably closer than this report being covered and then finally implemented. Thank you.
From Yellowknife Centre, Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if this one file is the one that we've been most focused on, we've been moving it forward. We've had the patient journey, the DATRO patient journey mapping. We've got another medical travel piece going into a couple other more communities to be tracking. Every community that travels is a little bit different, and so trying to come up with the process to hit one size fits all. We just released the report on how much medical travel people are traveling, and it shows the costs of making sure that everybody, and the amount of escorts that have happened and the cost of those escorts traveling. And so it's really important, and it's been a direct, on my office, on my staff, on the NTHSSA. Right now, we are, with this budget, we've got case managers in the budget, as mentioned, there to be, to help with that. So there's more pieces that are still continuing through the life of this government that are going to happen. However, it's got to go through the business plans to get the money to do it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Health and Social Services. Final supplementary. Member from Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My next question to the Minister of Health is about a health envoy. Now, I'm not sure we need a senior health envoy. I don't know if we can afford a senior health envoy, but Mr. Speaker, many people will tell me that their service response or service standards aren't being met, which is they go out, There's disconnect on timing, people delayed getting back to them, whether it's phone calls or emails, and the fact is they feel stranded and alone, and there is the panic and frustration, and hence that's why we're talking about today, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in short, is the minister able to create some type of a navigator system specifically for medical travel while members are, where our community, our people, our friends, or family are out there getting services, because they do feel the disconnect. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Member from Yellowknife Centre. Minister of Health and Social Services. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as per the service standards, the most recent conversation that I've had with NTHSSA and the department, I'm within the direction that I've given them, is to be able to come back with a timeline, hope before March, as to implementing service standards, so that we can brief committee, so that we can, go out to the public, because I too have raised that issue. I have constituents that continue to receive medical travel the day before, and so and I've said it in this House, that it's not acceptable. We can't expect our sick residents to be worrying about whether they have their travel, and so as of within this last month, I've directed that I have this in place before the end of this year, so that we can make sure that at least that area, people know when they're needing to travel, they're having their travel prior to a few days before, not the day of. So, however, with I can take back as to how we can maybe do we know what the issues are. It's not that we don't know what the issues are. It's just the process of government through our business plans, and that is not always the fastest. So I will take that comment back to my department. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Minister of Health and Social Services. Colleagues, I need to remind you to slow down when we're speaking for our translators. Oral questions. Member from Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will endeavor to be slow. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to say thank you before my questions that I am grateful that the Premier's staff has reached out to YWCA, NWT, and begin to address some of their concerns, but I still have some additional ones to discuss today. Mr. Speaker, can the Premier tell me if, due to EIA's function of both coordinating the policy of Away Home and the NGO Sector Support Initiative, and as the department that houses the Gender Equity Unit, if he will consider directing EIA to coordinate and lead a policy approach in partnership with NGOs that run family violence shelters across the NWT. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
From Great Slave, Mr. Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So this is an issue that cuts across a number of different departments. Housing NWT is actually responsible for the coordination of the homelessness strategy, although EIA does continue to play a role in there. And Health and Social Services, the establishment policy of that department, gives it authority over family violence and family violence shelters and the funding. So this goes beyond just EIA, and I wouldn't want to make a commitment and commit the Minister of the Status of Women and the Minister of Health to something without having a conversation first. So now that this has been raised with me, I'm happy to go have a conversation with them and have the discussion about this going forward. Thank you.
Premier, member from Great Slave.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Premier for that. I'm glad the conversation can at least start. Mr. Speaker, will the Premier reply to the YWCA NWT regarding their financial ask of $340,000 for the 26-27 fiscal year, and to direct EIA staff to assist them in finding appropriate ongoing funding for the safe homes in both Fort Simpson and Fort Good Hope? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Great Slave. Mr. Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as the member mentioned, staff have reached out to have conversations with the YWCA about ongoing funding. I recognize the important work that NGOs do, and they do it at a fraction of the cost that the government of the Northwest Territories can do it. So we always want to make sure that we are supporting them to the extent we can. The program that has sunsetting funding is a federal program. And so, we see this quite often in the territory where the federal government will see an opportunity to fund something. That's their flavor of the day, I guess, and they'll put a time limit on it, and then they'll fund it, and then the new government comes in and that funding ends, and then we're in the situation we find ourselves in now where we have these homes established, we have people working at them, but there's no funding, and so of course people look to the territorial government. I will respond to the letter to the YWCA. I expected to be able to respond sometime this week, maybe even today. I won't guarantee today, but sometime this week I can assure the member that I will get a response. Thank you.
Final supplementary, member from Rangeley. Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can the Premier tell me if he sees value in and whether he would consider a roundtable or a working group of NGO, community, and Indigenous government partners on how to effectively coordinate family violence shelters and safe homes across the NWT, aligning with the MMIWG Call for Justice 4.7? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Great Slave. Mr. Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And EIA does work with NGOs. We have a very, very small unit, extraordinarily small unit with only a couple people in there, so it's difficult to overcommit ourselves. Right now, we are focusing on service integration with a specific focus on homelessness and people who are at risk of becoming homeless. And so that unit doesn't have a lot of additional horsepower to take on other roles. That being said, I'm happy to speak with the other two ministers who are involved in this and have a conversation, because I do see the value in having some sort of coordination. When you have a number of different organizations that don't have a coordinating body or aren't necessarily working together, there's obviously things that could be missed there, and so I do see the value in it. So I'll have a conversation with my colleagues on this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Premier. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member from Trinidad-Willity.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll speak slowly. Mr. Speaker, during the negotiation for Treaty 8, the Commissioner promised the First Nation signatories that supplies of medicine will be put in charge of persons selected by the government, in this case the GNWT, and will be distributed for free to those Indians who might require them, and that the physicians attached, the Commission should be attendants to all Indians who might find them in need of treatment as they pass through the country. Mr. Speaker, NIHB program is also funded by the Crown, which also is bound legally for Crown accommodations as well for the Indians that made treaties with. Mr. Speaker, my question is to the Minister of Health. How is the Minister ensuring that negotiation obtaining new NIHB policies and adequate funding for the NWT are conducted with full transparency and meaningful involvement based on treaty with Indigenous governments and communities and not in isolation? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the GNWT and Indigenous Service Canada and Indigenous groups all come together. They have a trilateral. They raise their concerns at these meetings. I believe they are, I can't recall if they're annual or biannual meetings. So they do address the concerns region by region specific. And at those meetings, then the Indigenous Service Canada will take away, what they're responsible for. GNWT takes away what they're responsible for from those meetings. We also work with the Council of Leaders, and when it comes to the NIHB agreement, there has been very clear messaging from the Council of Leaders, the Indigenous leaders that sit at that table, is that the services that are currently being provided in the Northwest Territories right now, their first and foremost is to ensure that Indigenous Service Canada is coming to the table and funding the Northwest Territories, who is administering that policy. There has been a few Indigenous governments that had wanted to draw this down and do it themselves until they realized that we were being underfunded by at least $25 to $30 million a year, that we aren't being able to get that funding. So it is important that I continue to work with the partners that I have been working with, and they work, and then we direct the team to go and make sure that whatever's being negotiated is brought back, and making sure that those leaders know that this is what we were going to consider once the agreement is finalized. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And Social Services. Member from Trinidad-Willity.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's been 126 years since the treaty was made, 59 years since the Territorial Council was created and taken on responsibility health. Health does not have no boundaries, as I mentioned earlier. In this case, in Toots K'ay last fall, the community made it clear that they were frustrated in being asked to have the band pay for escorts for residents in hospitals down south. Does the minister believe that limited resources of First Nation governments are meant to fulfill the GNWT treaty obligation, and would they and they should be reimbursed for the costs they incurred? Would the minister agree to that? Thank you.
Member from Trinidad-Willity, Minister of Health and Social Services.
Mr. Speaker, I can't speak to the specifics. There are many instances where residents of the Northwest Territories end up in hospitals in the South. Many of them have come to the floor of this House. If people are leaving the Territory on their own for a vacation or out of Territory visiting and they end up in hospital, there is, and I've shared the information that people leaving the Territory should assume travel insurance because anybody leaving the Territory that's not referred out of the Territory by medical travel, then there's no medical travel support. For escorts, again, the focus of our health care, making sure that we provide health care to every resident in the Northwest Territories, is making sure the patient has that care. When it comes to escorts, we have the policy that we have for scheduled appointments. We follow that because it's equivalent to NIHB's policy, so that way everybody in the Territory that is getting service has the exact same, it's the same. So, when these issues come up and they come to my office, we respond the best that we can. Thank you.
Minister of Health and Social Services. Final supplementary. Member from Trinidad-Willity.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Jordan Principles is a child-first legal requirement that says when a service is available to all children is needed for First Nation child, the government of first contact must provide it immediately and resolve any payments disputes afterwards. The question I have, Mr. Speaker, is why then does the GNWT try to make families access Jordan Principles first instead of fulfilling its own responsibility to provide health care without delay? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Trinidad-Willity, Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the Northwest Territories, under the Canadian Health Act, whatever there is an insured service that's available, when there's a non-insured service available, those are, we cover most of those services in the Territory, whether you're First Nation or Inuit or not. The other part around, if it's medical travel, when children travel, there's always an escort provided. When it's the child, that's the patient. When it comes to discrepancies, whether it falls outside of health, within health, if there is certain issues that the member is speaking to, I encourage him to bring those to my office so that we can look at those individual cases. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
From Minister of Health and Social Services. Oral questions. Member from Mophie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question is for Premier. Mr. Speaker, can Premier confirm the current legal status of Denega Wikehudi and the specific steps remaining to advance from candidate area to full designation under the Protected Areas Act? Thank you.
From Mophie. Mr. Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll do my best. This is more of a question for the ECC minister, but I understand, from the member statement why she's directing this to me. So I'll say that currently the area is protected under a land withdrawal until 2028, I believe, and there are a few steps that need to take place before it can move from a candidate to a protected area. Majority of those are internal to the working group. There's a number of Indigenous governments and the GNWT who are all part of this process, and there needs to be some agreement, as the member mentioned, on the number of seats allocated to each party on the eventual management board, and that seems to be the big hurdle. So addressing that is really the big step that needs to be addressed, and the rest seem like would be relatively easy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Premier. Member for Moultrie.
Thank you. Thank you for the answer. So, Mr. Speaker, what step is the government taking to expedite the work required to establish Dinegawik Ehudi as a protected area as contemplated under legislation? Thank you.
Moultrie. Mr. Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So from what I understand, a lot of work has been done. There hasn't been, I guess, delays to the work for the sake of delays. Any delays are the result of some disagreements on the composition of the management board, and the other work that can happen has happened. So going forward, the ideal would be that we would have consensus from all of the groups involved on how that management board would be established and its composition. And so we really need to get through that process, and the GNWT has very limited ability to accelerate that type of collaboration and cooperation and consensus building among the group, but we'll continue to try. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Premier, final supplementary. Member for Moultrie.
Thank you. Will Premier commit to working with the relevant stakeholders to expedite this process so as to ensure that Dinegawik Ehudi is an established protected area before the end of this current government? Thank you.
Member from Moultrie. Mr. Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll have a conversation with the Minister of Environment and Climate Change, who has oversight of this file, and see what can be done. But again, it's a matter of people working together and coming to a consensus in order to conclude this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions. Oral questions. Member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have more questions for the Minister of Health and Social Services. So currently in Yellowknife, we have 4 primary care teams. Each team is funded to include the full-time equivalent of 3 physicians and 1 nurse practitioner. However, I know we have struggled to keep that level of physician and NP staffing on every team. So my first question is for the Minister, on average, across the 4 teams, how many regular physicians and how many nurse practitioners do we actually have that live here and they work on staff? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
From Yellowknife North. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't have that number offhand, so I would have to get back to the member. Thank you.
Social Services. Member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure if the minister will have this either, but I know we're also bringing in a lot of non-resident locums to fill in shifts for our primary care physicians. So I'm wondering if she has any estimate for, once you include in the locums, are we filling up the full-time equivalent of 3 physicians on each of our primary care teams here in Yellowknife? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yellowknife North. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we currently regular physician staffing averages about approximately 1.4 full-time equivalent positions per team, supplemented by locum coverage. So we can have another 2 locum physicians on any given day. There is 1 dedicated full-time equivalent position for locum coverage for same-day access across the program, and nurse practitioner ranges from 0.8 to 1 based on certain accommodations with the full-time staff, and we continue recruitment to achieve full complement remains a priority. Thank you.
Minister of Health and Social Services. Final supplementary, member from Yonge Lake North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Okay, so it sounds like even with bringing in locums, we're still not managing to achieve the full-time equivalent of 3 physicians per team. And if we fund the health authority for that, can the minister explain what is done with the extra money that's apparently not going towards those 3 regular full-time physicians? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
From Yonge Lake North, Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to be clear, we are funding the vacancies with locums, so to have the three physicians, and the funding that's not being used for the full-time physicians, because many of our physicians, a majority of our physicians in the territory don't work full-time. They work quarter-time, half-time, and so it makes, it's like a puzzle putting them all in, and some of them work general practitioners, some of them are pediatricians, some of them are emergency room doctors, some of them are obstetrics. So trying to do that and making sure all of the areas are complemented, and then everything else, all the other funding goes to pay for locums to fill in all the other spaces and wherever they're needed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Health and Social Services. Oral questions. Member from Yonge Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have more questions for the Minister of Health with respect to the medical travel challenges, more particular to the escorts. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to give certainly her a softball question, and this is the very first one, so we can get right down to the nitty-gritty. She's been hearing how our concerns are. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister speak to this House to help everyone understand the barriers or challenges of the medical escort policy and the approval process? Thank you.
Range Lake. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Could I use 20 minutes? So the medical travel policy, because it's not an insured service, we don't get funding for this, and so what we do is we support through our medical travel office that we fund currently is we manage insurances. So behind the scenes, we try to manage insurances. So if you're a GNWT resident, then you go through medical travel, your form goes in, then the necessarily decisions are made based on, can this service be provided in the Northwest Territories, in your home community, in the regional center, in the capital, and if not, in Edmonton and where, and then that gets approved. And then once it's approved by through that process, then that goes to the insurances. So if it's GNWT, as I mentioned, it goes back to the benefits office. If it's NIHB, then we follow their travel policy. And then if you don't have, or any other insurances that somebody may have, if you don't have insurance, then it's based on your income. So if you're low income, then you would fall under our medical travel policy, well, high income, low income based, and then if you are over the threshold for income, then you have to pay, you're on the cost for your own hotel. We pay the flight, but and we reimburse you $50 a day and $18 for meals. If you're under the threshold, then we can approve you to stay in the boarding home if there's travel involved. So that's kind of, hopefully I answered some of that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Social Services. Member from Yonge Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate it. I was trying to get a context on the record here, because the next questions are when my colleague Fortuna Day talks about families and including infants being left in the cold. I'm not going to go through all the examples, but the examples here really talk about the criteria for non-medical escorts, such as breastfeeding infants, eligible people, language disabilities, et cetera, Mr. Speaker. The question is why are these people still not, if they meet the qualification of the 4-page policy, and that's all it is, 4 pages, why are we still getting phone calls repeatedly about them not getting the non-medical escort through this process? Because it should be pretty clear. Thank you.
Member from Yonge Centre, Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to speak to specifics on any, what any MLA has brought to my office, but raising the concern is the medical travel policy is for scheduled appointments, and many of the issues that come through my office are for escorts for the patient. So when the patient is medevaced from a community A to community B, there is no escort policy because the escort is the medical escort. And so when the patient arrives, then it's based on the practitioner, and then we can get based on if there's decision making. You know, if the patient is intubated and can't make decisions for themselves, then that's what goes to an exception request, and our medical advisor, who is a doctor, not me, not the minister, that makes that decision that says, yes, this is adequate and we can approve this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister of Health and Social Services. Final supplementary. Member from Milne Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And by happenstance, she led right into the last question I was going to have. So I'll take those circumstances as a blessing. Mr. Speaker, in the medical travel policy, and for those following along on page 4, it says the attending physician basically can prescribe and recommend a non-medical escort to participate in the treatment program of the individual. Mr. Speaker, in short, why is a policymaker somewhere behind the scenes acknowledging these requests have to be pre-approved? I'm acknowledging that. But why is a policymaker behind the scenes rewriting doctors' direction? Thank you.
Thank you, member from Milne Centre. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yes, the doctor is the one that has to sign the patient travel escort requirement. The requirement under the guidelines, they are to make sure that when they order the escort, that it falls within. They're the ones who are supposed to order the escort based on the criteria in the medical travel for scheduled appointments. That medical travel policy that the MLA is referring to is for medical, for scheduled medical, not air ambulance, not ground ambulance. It's for scheduled appointments. When somebody has a specialist appointment, then they're booked. Then they meet that. If they don't meet any of those requirements and they have to put the fulfilled answer as to why that it would entail a non-medical escort, and then that's what gets put in as an exception request. And you know, there's many different reasons that they do get approved and the ones that don't get approved. Thank you.
Minister of Health and Social Services. Oral questions. Member from Rangeley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I do have some specifics, more or less. I won't use names, but these are files that have come across my desk that I have asked for exceptions for on their behalf. I have a constituent whose husband passed away, and she was dealing with the grief and trauma of learning to become a new single mother. She needed medical travel, and she was told because her kids were under the age of 18, the medical travel system would be providing her with free childcare. This is wrong on so many levels, and it prevented her from getting an extremely necessary diagnostic appointment until she gave in and bought the tickets herself. She needed to have her children with her. She struggles with childcare and needed them to provide emotional support after an extremely traumatic event. If this is not something that can be given an exception, I don't know what is. So will the minister reimburse her, apologize, and recognize the sensitivity of families who are grieving from the loss of a loved one in this policy? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Rangeley. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to speak to specifics on the floor of this House when it comes to patients' health information and any issues that have come to my office. I'm more than welcome to have that conversation with the member. Thank you.
Minister of Health and Social Services. Member from Rangeley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've already asked the minister to deal with this. I've already had that conversation. Mr. Speaker, I've got another constituent. The mother was sick. Stanton has always had to fly her out with kidney stones, but they got so bad, and she was told to wait. She went into septic shock and almost died. They refused to get her son to go as an escort. Instead, they had to pay thousands for hotels and accommodations. And medical travel ultimately paid for the days that they would send him down to pick her up and take her home, but wouldn't pay for the weeks he was by her side. Will the minister reimburse the full amount for that constituent for the moment they landed to the moment they left, and provide support and relief for this family that's still struggling financially because of this discompassionate policy? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Make it right.
Rangeley. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to take that question on notice. Thank you.
Minister of Health and Social Services. Oral questions. Member from Toonaday-Willity.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the 20 Assembly priorities speaks clearly: access to health care and addressing the effects of trauma. Mr. Speaker, I went through the Premier's letter to the Health Minister on her mandate letter. I looked at UNDRIP, I looked at the treaties, etc. But Mr. Speaker, as I went through the mandate letter, it talks about working with intergovernmental governments, Indigenous governments to advance modernization of the medical travel policy based on treaty. Mr. Speaker, my question to the Minister is, medical travel patients waiting for NIHB approval. My question to the Minister, can she write a policy so that she has a pot of money for emergency cases so that we are able to help out treaty members who need our help? If that'd be my question. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Toonaday-Willity, Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I stated all last week to the member, the NIHB policy, I can take this back, and next time I meet with the Indigenous Service Canada minister, that if there's a way that they could provide a pot of money. But right now, GNWT is sitting in a deficit every year for medical travel, and so we already are providing a pot of money that's not being reimbursed when we approve exceptions and according to the processes that we use. Again, we as a government are providing health care coverage to the patients when they need it, and there are healthcare professionals that are making those calls. It's not a political call. It's not something that we're going to decide in this House. So, when it comes to patient care, I respect that the physicians and the healthcare providers are making the best decision with the patients that they're seeing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Health and Social Services. Member from Toonaday-Willity.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am deeply concerned. Mr. Speaker, when I got sworn into this assembly, I agreed. I'll just read out the oath for the record. Oath of loyalty. I, Richard Dejerkin, do swear that we took an oath in office to uphold the treaties and respect them. Mr. Speaker, I am deeply concerned where we're going as a government. It seems like what we're doing now is that we're moving forward and not respecting the treaties. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question, can the minister respect and honor the treaties and reimburse Futsuki Identity First Nation for maintaining the treaties on behalf of the GNWT and pay the $50,000 back to him? Thank you.
Member from Toonaday-Willity. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I honor the treaties, and as an Indigenous Health Minister, I am working extremely hard to fix this policy, as it's different in every community. I went to this MLA's communities and spoke with them. I asked them to address things that, that they feel that. However, when it comes to, when people are leaving the territory on their own, if this government has to pay for every single time somebody left this territory and had a medical emergency for their families to travel and stay with them, my whole budget would be based on paying for that. We have to stay within the process and the policies that we have. I understand the hardship that patients have to go through when they have to travel. That is why we're working so hard to try and bring care closer to home. We're having virtual care so people don't have to travel so much, Mr. Speaker. So, when I sit here and I hear that I'm not honoring the treaties as a health minister, as an Indigenous, I take that and I feel that this is not what we're doing here as consensus government. We're all working together. They know I have processes that I have to go through to allocate millions and millions of dollars. So I will continue to advocate for the things that our northern residents need. on getting, expanded escort policy developed before my term is done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister of Health and Social Services. Final supplementary, member from Toonaday-Willowday.
Mr. Speaker, I'm glad to hear that she is honoring the treaties. But, Mr. Speaker, I don't see it. Mr. Speaker, I'm deeply concerned that in the 19th Assembly, we had a minister that stood up in the House here and talked about the forestry fires we had back in the day, made a policy on a Friday, implemented on a Monday. I don't know what's wrong here, Mr. Speaker. We need to have a policy created. Thank you.
Minister of Health and Social Services. The question was, will you do the policy? Member from Minister of Health and Social Services.
Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned to the member when they asked the question last week, there is no pot of money that I can create to make a policy tomorrow. If I was to do that, I would have to bring it through, and I would have to reallocate funds within my budget that would be way more than the transfers that we have, because the cost of doing these types of things is in the millions. When we look, like I said, I tabled, it's been public, the medical travel costs for 24-25. Alone for escorts, it was almost $8 million or more. So, and that's within just the scheduled appointments. And so at this point, I'm going to stick to the policies that we have, so that way when I'm going to spend taxpayers' dollars, that I go through the proper processes to get the approvals to do that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Health and Social Services. Oral questions. Member from Great Slave.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have a question for the Minister of ITI, I think we moved arts money to. Perfect. ITI Minister. Mr. Speaker, the NWT Arts strategy runs from 2021 to 2031, I believe. And I was searching around online and I found an action plan progress tracker. Mr. Speaker, when was the last time this tracker was updated? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Slave, Minister of ITI.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the member for Great Slave for pointing out to me that I've got a little bit of extra homework to do on this transfer, because this action tracker currently lives over in ECE and needs to be transferred over to ITI. So I will see that that gets done. Thank you.
Minister of ITI. Member from Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I am heartened to hear that this past weekend an artist reached out to me and said, the new financial structure is working, it's clear, it's understandable, but I'm curious, Mr. Speaker, what more has her department been hearing about arts funding, and has this new structure been working for the majority of NWT artists? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
From Great Slave. Minister of ITI.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we've maintained the program as it was over in ECE, because it had recently gone through some shifts that were responding to artists, and we continue to treat it as a living program. And so we are just at the tail end of continuing to do some of that work in order to make sure that we're being responsive to artists in the territory, that we're being responsive to business owners, and we continue to make sure that the programs are also listening to what people are looking for. Thank you.
Minister of ITI. Final supplementary. Member from Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I'm just wondering if the minister can provide a listing of all of the large and medium project funding to members that have been applied for and succeeded since the funding structure changed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Great Slave. Minister of ITI.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is normally information that would come out publicly in our grants and contributions reporting, and so anything that is fair game for the public, I'm more than happy to table here in the House as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of ITI. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member from Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My questions are again to the Minister of Health and Social Services. Mr. Speaker, on the weekend I was reminded by a member of our community, happens to be a senior, and they were saying to me that how they wish they could book their health appointments online. They mentioned the last time they were uncomfortable standing up, getting early, and having to stand and wait at the door to squeeze in. And when they try to call, the fact is no one answers until after 8 o'clock, and hence all the appointments are gone by then, Mr. Speaker, which they said begs the question, why even have a phone number? Mr. Speaker, can the minister give this House an update when this government will proceed with an online medical appointment booking system? Thank you.
Yellowknife Centre. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have brought this back to NTHSSA, and they have not brought back a timeline, but however, we have had many conversations on versus buying a program that's going to need to meet our OCIO standards for health information versus, and that's not going to connect into our booking system, our EMR or EHR right now. So I will follow up with where we're at and if there is further discussions or options on that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Health and Social Services. Member from Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not a software engineer, but this appears, from my understanding and research, it's simply just a software program issue, not a medical act issue. Maybe it's an attitude issue. Maybe people don't want to do it this way. I don't know, Mr. Speaker. The question is really built around, can the minister make a decision in the House that this will be implemented before the end of this calendar year, 2026, to give the public service something to work towards to? Thank you.
Member from Yellowknife Centre. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as we all know in this House, anytime GNWT wants to implement some kind of computer technology, it's not as easy as just the minister saying it on the floor of this House. It's going to take analysis. It's going to see if it meets our standards of keeping health information. So if there's an easier route, then I will definitely commit to being able to seeing if we can have that through the next business plan rounds to implement. However, at this point, I can't commit to ensuring that it's there. I will commit to seeing that if there's an easier route to bring that through our business planning process. Thank you.
Minister of Health and Social Services. Final supplementary. Member from Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I know I'm not the only person who's asked this question. I know my colleague from Range Lake has asked this question about where the software is. Did the minister just say in some way, and I'll allow her to clarify, is the public service saying no? Are they refusing to do it? Are they refusing to take directions? Can the minister at the very least commit in this House that she'll have this so-called analysis produced before the end of the second quarter of this current year? Thank you.
Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what I have tasked NTHSSA to do is to do the patient journey through the primary care clinics in Yellowknife, as this is where this issue has come up on and on again. And as part of that process, they will begin this, I believe, the patient journey. They're putting their metrics together, and they will start this on April 1st. The booking, if they're in that, with that system, just like with the Daycho journey, many recommendations came out of that, and using that journey, then we were able to come up with some recommendations on where to implement different dollars, program changes, and things like that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Minister of Health. Ma'am? Ma'am? You can't take pictures. Thank you. Thank you, Minister of Health and Social Services. Time is for a oral question is up. Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Rule 7.2(7)(2), I have received follow-up information for the following oral questions from the first session of the 20th Legislative Assembly. 8:38 and 8:56. These follow-ups will be printed in full in today's Hansard. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Colleagues, our time for oral question is up. Oral questions, written questions. Member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to submit written question 30-20, Northwest Territories Health and Social Services Authority Action Plans. During the December 4th, 2025 public briefing to the Standing Committee on Social Development by the Northwest Territories Health and Social Services Authority and the Healthcare System Sustainability Unit, the public administrator stated that the NTHSSA has completed 30, 60, and 90-day action plans. My question is for the Minister of Health and Social Services. Can the Minister provide the NTHSSA's 30, 60, and 90-day action plans, along with the detailed accounting of which items have been completed? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yellowknife North. Written questions. Returns to written questions. Replies to the Commissioner's address. Petitions. Reports of Committee on the Review of Bills. Reports on standing and special committees. Tabling of documents. Minister of Finance. Harsh.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following 3 documents. Supplementary estimates, infrastructure expenditures, number 3, 2025-2026. Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, and borrowing authorization, number 3, 2025-2026. And the 2025-2026 public accounts, sections 1, 2, 3, and 4. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Finance. Tabling of documents. Member from Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to table a letter dated January 29th, 2026, from YWCA NWT to Cabinet members requesting funds to operate safe homes in Fort Simpson and Fort Good Hope. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Great Slave. Tabling the documents. In accordance with Section 21, brackets 1 of the Retiring Allowance Act and Section 11.1 of the Supplementary Retirement Allowance Act, I hereby table the Northwest Territories Legislative Assembly's Pension Administration Report, Retiring Allowance Act, and Supplementary Retirement Allowance Act at March 31st, 2025. Pursuant to Section 4, brackets 4 of the Legislative Assembly Retirement Allowance Act and Section 2.1, brackets 1 of the Supplementary Retirement Allowance Act, I wish to table the NWT Legislative Assembly Pension Plan Annual Report at March 31st, 2025. Tabling the documents. Notice of motions. Notice of motions for first reading of bills. Notice of motions first reading of bills. First reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Consideration of Committee of the Whole of bills and other matters. Table documents 488-20 brackets 1. Table documents 453-20 brackets 1. Table documents 454-20 brackets 1. With the member from Trinidad-Willity in the chair.
Thank you. I'll now call the Committee of the Whole to order. What is the wish of the committee? I want to go to the member from Inuvik-Boot Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the committee wishes to consider table document 448-20 brackets 1, 2026-2027 main estimates, the Department of Health and Social Services. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you. Does the committee agree? Okay. We'll take a short break. Thank you. Okay, I get some order. Thank you. Committee, we have agreed to consider table documents 448-20, brackets 1, 2026-2027 main estimates. We will now consider the Department of Health and Social Services. Does the Minister of Health and Social Services wish to bring in witnesses into the House?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Does the committee agree? Thank you. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses into the chambers. Okay, we'll continue. Would the Minister please introduce her witnesses?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To my left, I have Deputy Minister Alan Doody, and to my right, I have Assistant Deputy Minister Jeannie Matheson.
Okay, thank you. Committee, we will resume consideration of administrative and support services starting on page 197 with information items on page 199 to 200. Are there any questions? Going to the member from Grace Leaf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have one quick question about the legislative agenda in the business plan. I believe it has been updated such that the Change of Name Act is no longer on the legislative deck. Will the minister give some rationale behind that, considering that I've brought it up here in the House several times about the importance of amending that act? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe with all of the legislation that was scheduled, that initially was scheduled to be able to go through for the 20th Assembly, my colleagues on the Executive Council and myself, we had to prioritize the legislation from each of our departments. I believe that the legislation that the member is referenced to was lower on the list of the other legislation that we had that we wanted to ensure that got finished before the life of this government. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go back to the member from Great Slave.
Yeah, nothing further, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any further questions? Okay, please turn to page 198, Health and Social Services, Administrative and Support Services, $71,470,000. Does committee agree? Committee agreed. Thank you. Moving on to Health and Social Services programs, beginning on page 201, with information items on page 204-206. Are there any questions? I'll go to the member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my first question is, I understand that there is a new position allocated for supporting the delivery of hematology and medical oncology services. Can the minister explain what type of position is the new full-time equivalent that's being added and how we're planning to enhance delivery of hematology and medical oncology services? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The hematology oncology position that's in the budget is the nursing support to support the Alberta hematology oncology program with Alberta Health Services. This is something that was, we moved and we actioned very fast to be able to get this position and the funding for this. However, recruitment has been a challenge within the Alberta Health Services Department, and therefore we're still working with them to continue to be able to provide the service. However, they still are having challenges hiring oncologists to be able to designate to the NWT program. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And first I should say too that I know this is an area that's important to many of my constituents and many others too, who are suffering from cancer, blood cancer, who've seen changes in these services and are particularly, vulnerable, especially going back and forth to Alberta. So can the minister clarify, and so I can understand correctly, are we hiring a person that's going to be based in Alberta for this service? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, when we have agreements with Alberta, especially with specialist services, it is the agreement is to offset their cost to be able to have that person designated for us, and so they would be based in Alberta still. However, we fund the position to be able to support the Northwest Territories, and I believe that it's 2 part-time positions that they're looking at to be able to support the hematology oncology, and I believe that they have one, but they're struggling to find the second one, and according to their standards, that's why they stopped providing the service in the Northwest Territories. And so once we'll continue to work on, I know NTHSSA has continued to work with them to try and rectify that issue.
Thank you. I'll go back to the member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just so everyone is clear, does this additional funding in the budget allow us to resume providing the service in the NWT, or it doesn't have anything to do with that? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
We continue to provide the services that we're able to provide for hematology oncology in the Northwest Territories. However, there are portions of it that we continue to have to send patients to Alberta to see the hematologist oncologists. And this funding is there. It is in the budget. It will be continue to be in the budget because we are continuing to recruit for those positions. Once we are able to designate position, or Alberta is able to work with us to designate those positions, the oncologist positions to us, then that's what the money will be spent on. At this point, it's there, it's allocated. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the member from Yellowknife North.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be trying to dig more into that to understand better, but at this point I also just wanted to ask, my understanding is that in terms of gender-based violence crisis hotlines, we've had a sunset in federal funding, at least $125,000 that was supporting crisis hotlines for survivors in the NWT. So is it expected that we will be able to renegotiate this funding, or are we going to see the loss of supports or services in terms of crisis hotlines? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would have to follow up on that question and get back to.
Okay. Thank you. I'll go to the member from Yellowknife North.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So in the budget line for community culture and innovation, there's a significant increase there. I would say it's the most significant change overall from any of the other budget lines. I wonder if the minister can explain, well, I mean, I think we saw that in last year's revised estimates, but then we're carrying on from there mostly. But what has changed from last year around this time for the 2025-26 main estimates that's led us to such an increase in the work of community culture and innovation? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to the Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is really exciting because this change comes from the trilateral group that ISC and Indigenous governments and GNWT meet, and the Indigenous representation at the table highlighted how they wanted to take more role, an involvement in home and community care and the things that they could provide under the social aspects, the transportation, those types of things. And so when renegotiating the Inuit Home and Community, First Nations Inuit Home and Community Care Agreement, that there is a increase in that Northern Wellness Agreement that will go directly to Indigenous governments to provide the home and community care that is not nursing care or personal care. They will be able to allocate. So I believe there's about 2 million. This is just Northern Wellness Agreement. Okay. Yeah. So there, that's what that agreement is.
Thank you. I'll go to the member from Yellowknife North.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. And finally, the line for community clinics and health centers has gone from about 115 million last year, and this year we see almost 111 million. So that's more than a $3 million decrease. Why are we seeing that decrease in funding for community clinics and health centers? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to the Minister.
Thank you. I'll turn that over to ADM Matheson.
Thank you. I'll go to the ADM.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's related to the funding associated with the federal agreement for working together. That money is money that sunset in 25-26 so that we're expecting to have represented in the budget for 26-27 once we finalize the agreement here in the coming weeks. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to the member from Yellowknife North.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. And does that same explanation apply for the decrease under community mental wellness and addictions recovery, that it's just a federal sunset that we're renegotiating? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to the Minister.
Thank you. No, that's the sobering center staffing transferring to the housing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll go back to the member from Yellowknife North.
That's all for now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the member from Monfui.
Okay, thank you. Community clinics and health center from previous fiscal year to upcoming fiscal year, there's a decrease in the budget. Can the minister explain why? Because in the small communities, there's a lot of places, there's a lot of community that does not have health center, and we have been advocating for more health center or a suitable health center, because one of the community that I represent does not have a health center, but the health center is it's in the office building. So I just want to ask the minister why there is a decrease from previous to the upcoming fiscal year. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. That's because we are we're in the negotiations with Health Canada for the Working Together agreement, and so the positions that were previously funded were funded up until March 31st, and so this budget starts on April 1st, but we are in the process of negotiating and signing off a new agreement, which will, I believe, is the same amount that will go back into that budget. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the member from Monfui.
Okay, thank you. So then some of the communities that does not have adequate health center, will they be getting the help that they need or build more health center in small communities? I know that's a capital project, but still, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to the Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, this budget here is just for operations of community health clinics and health centers. It doesn't include any capital it doesn't include any capital. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to the member from Montfrey.
Thank you. With the hospital services, okay, there is an increase from previous to current to the upcoming. But, you know, I know my colleagues, they talk about the medical travel, and patient advocates was mentioned. And, you know, like quite a few times that, you know, I've been hearing from my constituents and others as well regarding the experience with medical travel. And a lot of times we were told, or they were told, go talk to the patient advocates. And some of them, they said, who do I go to? But so I don't know if they're being utilized. If you know, if those positions are well utilized. So therefore, I want to ask the minister. Okay, so we've been talking about improving the health system. Was there any discussion or if there's a plan in place to transfer these patient advocates positions to the regions? Because then, if those positions are located in the regions, then I'm sure the constituents, people from the region, will be in contact with them regarding their experience. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, we currently have 4 Indigenous patient advocates, 1 in Yellowknife, 1 in Fort Smith, 1 in Nuvik, 1 in Hay River, and those are all, they were put into those places specifically because that's usually where, like, there's the hospitals and the larger health centers are in those communities, so that when people are traveling in from small communities, you know, they're there to be able to help them navigate within that facility or to hear their concerns. However, although those are only in those communities, they can reach, any resident can reach out to any of the Indigenous patient advocate or through the Office of Client Experience, which has the patient navigators. So at that point, at this time, that's the only funded positions that we have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to the member from Montfrey.
Okay, okay, she mentioned all the regions, and I know that in Klitschko region, you know, we make up 10% of the population, and Bichiko is the largest community. Have the department ever thought about putting a patient advocates or Indigenous patient advocates in Klitschko region, especially now with that? I know that language is for many, it's a barrier. So if we have a patient advocate in the region, people will know who to go to, and they can speak to the person in their language. So I just wanted to ask the minister: is there a plan in place, or have they to put a patient advocate or Indigenous patient advocate in Klitschko region? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I can take that back and have conversations with the TCSA who administer the health authority within the Klitschko region, but I can take that back to have that conversation with them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll go back to the member from Montfrey.
Thank you. And I know it's not on here, but I know there was the out of territory treatment program, but community wellness, mental health, community mental wellness and addiction recovery. There is a decrease. The operation and expenditure summary. Why is there a decrease when we know that we have an addiction issue, problems in many of the small communities? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Yeah, the reason why that budget has decreased, that budget line item has decreased, is that has been transferred to housing, as that's the funding change. The amount is the difference in the change that the Yellowknife Sobering Center for the staffing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll go back to the member from Montfrey.
So the operation for the small communities have not changed then within that area? Addictions recovery.
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
That's correct. That the only change is that decrease for the sobering center. Thank you.
Okay, I'll go back to the member from Montfrey.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair. My colleagues have, we all did at one time too, about treatment facility in the Northwest Territories. We all want a treatment facility because many of our young people are going south. Though talking to some people, and we heard that once a person goes south for a treatment program, they come back to the same scenario. So, they relapse. So the relapse is great. But what the success, talking to some of the psychologists and some of the counselors, the success with the treatment program is that they do 60 days and 60 days of the extended care, but it's the aftercare. I know those two is funded and approved by Health and Social Services, but it's the aftercare. Why the department is not supporting the aftercare? Some of the people that go south for treatment, they said they want to stay because they don't trust themselves, or they're a bit apprehensive to come back knowing to the same situation, and they don't want to relapse, they want to succeed. And some of the counselors have said that if they are away from their community for 1 year and we walk them through the process, then they're more likely to succeed on their with their sobriety. So I just want to ask the minister why the department is not funding the aftercare program. And I would like to say that thank you to some of the Indigenous government that helped their member with a recovery for aftercare program. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yes, we do fund Indigenous governments. We have multi-year agreements with many Indigenous governments, and they are in those communities. And so with the Community Wellness and Recovery Fund, we do provide Indigenous governments to be able to provide that service. It's transferred directly to them, and they run that. However they choose to use it, based on that, it's used for wellness and recovery. We also, as a government, have opened we have 2 THARP, which is Transitional Housing and Recovery Programs in the Northwest Territories now. We have one that's open and currently operating in Yellowknife, and it's run by an NGO. And then we have another one that will be opening in Inuvik, I believe, shortly. And it's been run by an Indigenous organization, and that is for when people are transitioning back, exactly what you said, coming back to the north. They have a house, they have programming, there's people there 24/7 to support them on their next phase. And we are in the process of reviewing the one that's running right now after the first 6 months, I believe, and as we need to make changes, we will. And as we see that this program is working, then, you know, that's where we'll work through our business process to expand that.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to the member from Grace Leaf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I note that there is a $740 or $740, my goodness, if only, $740,000 allocation to support 811 now that the Government of Canada has ceased to fund 811. My question for the Minister is this going to be an expected ongoing cost? I'm hoping that it will. 811 is a great help to many constituents. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to the Minister.
Yes, Mr. Chair, this is funded, and it's for ongoing funding. As the many gifts we get from the federal government, we start wonderful programs, and then we have to decide and choose which ones we can bring forward to keep. This one is important because I believe that it also helps offset many of the calls that would be going to a lot of our health centers. So, yes, it's ongoing.
Thank you. I'll go to the member from Grace Leaf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's good to hear. I know my colleague from Yellowknife North has been very strong in her advocacy on this next item, and I expect that the Minister will say it might pop out in the people strategy, and if so, I'd love to have more details that she can share. But is there any progress being made in investigating the feasibility of an Office of Practitioner experience? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to the Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the public administrator and the NTHSSA work directly with the NWT Medical Association, and you know this has been talked about on the floor of this House. However, it hasn't been brought back through that venue. But what I can do is I can take that back and add that to the conversation that meeting I have with the NTHSSA.
Thank you. I'll go to the member from Grace Leaf.
I think that's all for me. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you. Is there any further questions? Seeing none. No further questions. Please turn to page 203. Health and Social Services. Health and Social Services programs. $445,961,000. Does the committee agree? Thank you. Moving on to long-term and continuing care services, beginning on page 207, with information items on page 209 to 210. Are there any questions? We'll go to the member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I wanted to start by asking about changes to outpatient IV therapy. I think it falls under this item. I believe we're seeing in the budget 3.5 new positions, and I understand it's to somehow enhance the outpatient IV therapy program at Stanton. But I wonder if you could explain what improvements patients or outpatients should be expecting to see, or what we're expecting to accomplish here. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you. I'll go to the Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This was federal funding that expired, and so this program is very important to ensure that patients can be discharged early and be able to continue on IV therapy, so they will go through the outpatient IV therapy program, and also where people are going through emergency, they're not having to be admitted. They can just, if they need to have IV therapy, they can be seen, and then they can go to the IV therapy clinic to be able to get that outpatient treatment. It's very important that we make sure that, you know, we don't want, if this, we put this in the budget because the federal funded sunsetted, and we don't want that to be burdening our emergency room, because if those positions were gone, then they would end up back in the emergency room. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll go back to the member from Greenleaf. Member from Yellowknife North, sorry.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, so I'm glad to hear that we're maintaining the outpatient IV therapy program. I agree that it is critical. It's frustrating that we're having to spend money just to sort of tread water and stay in the same place. I guess maybe I'll first just ask what attempts were made to try to renegotiate this funding with the federal government. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, there's, as the Premier put it today, you know, every government comes up with some priorities, and then they allocate dollars in these small little lumps to each territory and province, and then we have to use them for specific areas, and when that funding runs out, depending, and these are the conversations that we have at the FPTs, and one of the biggest conversations we had this last time was the working together agreement, which is, I believe, one of our larger programs that it was kind of the first time, and it was like announced, and you know, it was the first time that the federal government ever increased funding to the healthcare in many years, and so we had to fight to renegotiate that one. So all of the smaller ones, sometimes there's not even any conversation about it.
Okay, thank you. I'll go back to the member from Yellowknife North.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I also just wanted to ask for more explanation about the additional budget for home care and support services. I know the minister just explained a moment ago that we did manage to negotiate a new agreement with the federal government that is seeing Indigenous governments take more control over home care. I'm confused as to why we see, so last year's mains, we had 14.7 million for home care and support services. The actual estimates went up to 25 million, and now we're back down again to 16 million, which is more than initially last year, but less than, anyway. So just to explain, what is the roller coaster of numbers that we're seeing there? And I mean, at the end of the day, are residents going to see a change in home care services, like expanded home care services? What difference is this going to make to our residents? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll get ADM Matheson to explain the funding roller coaster.
Thank you. I'll go to the ADM.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The 25-26 increase is a one-year amendment to the prior agreement. So that amendment expires March 31st, 2026, and then we're just in the final stages of renegotiating the new longer-term agreement. So it's a new agreement which yet hasn't been reflected in the budget until it gets signed. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you. I'll go back to the member from Yellowknife North.
Okay, thanks for that. And I wonder if the minister can explain whether residents in all communities or some communities are going to be seeing a change in home care. Are we going to have more access to home care, different criteria, like expanded criteria, or more services being offered, or what changes are people going to see on the ground in their homes? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to the minister.
So what the change with the change in the funding, once we have the new agreement and the money that we are, you know, I think that's the piece where As I mentioned before, home care will be continue to be run as it always has. We will have the nursing services, there'll be self-referral, there'll be home support workers when needed through the same process, through home care assessments. It's the personal pieces that Indigenous governments felt that they wanted to take on, and they can do that themselves in the communities. They are more flexible to be able to do other things. They can hire staff that could do work more in the evenings. There's many different, every single community that I travel to, Indigenous community, has a different perspective on what they want to provide to their community residents and what their communities wanted. So this is a way of ISK saying, we will, through our Northern Wellness Agreement, carve this out, and then they can utilize that to do the more of the social aspect, the transportation, the non-nursing, the non-clinical things. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll go back to the member from Yellowknife North.
That's all for now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the member from Monfrey.
So we are on page 208 and 209. Okay. I had a question for page 204, grants and contribution and transfers, but go to page 209. Okay, disabilities and respite and seniors fund. The contribution for those programs, it's low. And it looks like it's been low for many years, and there's no increase. I just wanted to ask the minister why that budget remained the same when I believe this supports all the regions. Is that this fund goes, this program is are being distributed to other small communities as well?
Okay, thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, this the funding that goes to this line item is it goes to the NWT Disabilities Council and the Hay River Committee for Persons with Disabilities.
Thank you. I'll go to the member from Monfrey.
Okay. So it's not being funded. Other communities where there's a lot of need as well within the disabilities and respite and the seniors fund. So is there a program that goes to the small communities to support these three items?
Okay, thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, this is a long, ongoing funding that I believe that the NWT Disability Council advocates for all residents of the Northwest Territories, and so these pockets of funding are historic, ongoing funding that has been ongoing. I don't even know how long that they've been in the budget, and as I stated, they do go to NWT Disabilities Council, and they do, I believe they provide different services throughout the territory.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to the member from Monfrey.
Yeah, well, this, the Disability Fund, 229, says funding to support organizations that provide increased independence and reduce barriers for residents living with disabilities within the NWT. I know at one time, like in Klitschko region, we don't have any programs. I know it's probably associated with another department, but at one time we had, well, I'll just use an example, like Friendship Center. They had a program for people with disabilities, and a program where they went every day, went to school, and from what I heard from people there before and after is that they benefited a lot from it. The participants felt good, and they showed up before class starts. And some of them didn't really want to leave because it was a program that was meeting their needs. But we don't have any programs like that anymore. The only programs that offer, it's in the larger regional center, but not in small communities, because we do have a lot of young people with autism, and even in their school. So I just want to ask the minister, does the department funds a school or, education where there's some young people with challenges, to support young people with challenges? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe the funding that it provides to NWT Disability Council does provide for staff that can work with families to try and help them navigate the different areas where there is program dollars or funding. Many of our different departments, I know, like within ECE and housing, have different areas where, for disabilities. We also, when there's, through the health system, referral system, if there's referrals for children that need services, that's usually, it's just kind of spread out all over in different areas. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to the member from Montfrey.
Thank you. As a result, this is really because of the neglect for so long that many of our young people with challenges, they didn't have the opportunity. They fell through the cracks, and it's like, they miss out a lot. So this is where the JP program came in, and that's where JP helped many of our young people. Because we do have, the autism is the one that's coming up more and more in many of the small communities, especially for disability. So, and I know that, whether the JP gets approved or not, and with them, I know, because JP was not approved for many of the education, and so, the department, it's not just only for education system, the education department, but the department fell in the gap where JP failed, or JP is not funding the programs for many of the schools with to support students with challenges. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do believe that myself and my colleague, Minister of Education, Culture and Employment, have been working together and trying to ensure that children in small communities, before we got into this government, there was decisions made, to best support children in small communities. It really, I can't speak to it, but we do know that it's been addressed, it's been highlighted as a concern, and so both of our departments are working together to come back with the funding that we do have in our different areas to support children, especially the children in school, is to find the easiest, best path forward for that funding to be able to be used for students in schools, especially when it comes to looking at children in small communities, because we know that that's even more of a challenge. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to the member from Montfrey.
Thank you. Precedence was set already by the Department of Education because they fell in the gap. So what's going to happen if we don't have any JP program for the next fiscal year. So this is where I think the health and education, they need to do more, especially with because JP is for young Indigenous living with challenges. And a lot of schools do rely, because we've been, a lot of small communities did not get adequate funding from education. So JP program was the one that helped many of our young people. And I know that I see it when I go to the school in my community. You know, young people, they're happy, you know, they're thriving, and they're like, and it would be sad if JP did not pull through for us, but this is where I hope that the two departments will do something and not leave our young people not supported, especially those that really need it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'm going to just say that myself and the minister, I won't speak for her, but we are both very live to this Jordan's Principle issue and how the impact of it is in our territory. We are continuing to work with our Indigenous partners and advocating the federal government to make sure that they recognize the Northwest Territories issues separately than just a on reserve, off reserve situation like they previously did. And so, you know, we are continuing to work together, and just so you know that I think our whole cabinet, and I think everyone in this house will agree that we all are live to this issue. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there any further questions? Please turn to page 208. Health and Social Services Long-Term and Continuing Care Services, $69,761,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Moving on to out of territory services, beginning on page 211 with information item on 213. Is there any questions? And go to the member from Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll note that medical services in this activity continues to be the same amount year over year. That includes insured hospital and physician services provided to NWT residents outside of the NWT. Just to clarify and just to make sure I understand this before I jump into a deeper question, this is indeed the funding that we provide to other jurisdictions to provide services for residents when they are undertaking medical travel. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So it is services that when physician services outside of the territory, that can include when we do send people away, but it also includes anybody accessing services when they're not in the territory. So if you are traveling, like we have many teachers that leave the territory in all summer, and so they all travel to other parts of the country. We have many Northerners who leave the territory for parts of the summer and travel to other territories. When they're accessing services in other jurisdictions, those are billed back to us, and then we allocate this pot of funding so that we can ensure that we can continue to pay those bills. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to the member from Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the Minister for clarification. So it's, in essence, it's sort of a chargeback pot is what I heard, so thank you for that. I've corresponded with the Minister several times around medical travel when residents feel compelled to go south and make appointments and book things on their own on various topics, not any one topic. And the information I have received back is that her department is constrained by the NWT Canada Health Transfer around using healthcare, private healthcare facilities, and so reimbursing folks who use private facilities, that sort of thing, when they quote unquote jump the line and get services completed down south that maybe delays here are causing. Ultimately, you know, it's a chicken and egg situation, and I'd like for the minister to sort of get into that today, if at all possible, because by not offering services here in the territory, or not having, you know, a real eye to managing wait lists, people then jump the line anyway, and we do create two-tier healthcare system, and some of people come and ask for reimbursement and are denied, and fair enough. But what is the what is the way out of this cycle, Mr. Chair? I realize it's a big question. Thanks.
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is the conversation that all health ministers across Canada are having right now, and you know, there's in every jurisdiction there's a little bit different going on everywhere, and one of the issues, and I don't want to take up the whole time so I'm going to be very. When we have a public health care system in Canada, that's the free system, that's insured services. We're already constrained by the amount of, you know, healthcare staff that are provided. Private clinics are usually, they can charge more, they can pay their staff more. They're not bound by collective agreements, they're private businesses, and therefore they are, you know, if you have money, it's like a two-tier system. If you have money, then you get access faster, which is not the vision of the public healthcare system in Canada. But however, this is where we're struggling right now, because there's even changes to the Canada Health Act were made in the last federal government, that if we started to use private healthcare systems to, you know, and pay for people to go to private clinics, they would start deducting those out of our health transfers. And so that means, you know, so this is the struggle that we're having, that we can't afford to get anything taken out of our health transfer. So if we start paying for people, and I'm not being rude or anything, but it's, if you can afford it, then you can jump the line. And that's the, you know, but then because you can afford it, you can jump the line and then you get reimbursed. It's the same amount of physicians and nurses and doctors that we need in a public health care system. And I'm not, you know, this is the struggle that we're having as health ministers, is trying to make sure that we keep enough of the staff within the public health care system, that we can keep it flowing. We hear it right across Canada, you know, surgery wait lists, you know, specialist wait lists, all of these things in our public health care system. However, reimbursing people for going around the system is not, it's not going to benefit us, especially if it decreases the amount of money that we get to be able to provide those services in the territories. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to the member from Great Slave.
Yeah, no, I thank you, and I can appreciate that answer, and I guess I think it's something I would very much like to be kept up to date as you have those FPT, as the minister has those FPT meetings and discussions. I think it's something that is definitely affecting Yellowknife. I assume is affecting smaller communities and is across the entire country, is something that public governments are grappling with. What I would say is, you know, from my perspective and my knowledge base, is the way to to move forward on that is to work on more labor market supplements with healthcare professionals and really listen to doctors. But that's more of a comment for the minister if she wants to expound on her filling up the rest of the 3 minutes with her thoughts. I actually would love to hear them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the comments from the member, and I think one of the areas where, since COVID, I believe that most of the healthcare providers, and we've heard from healthcare practitioners, healthcare, all healthcare providers, and people working in the 24-hour system is this work-life balance. So even if we were to say, okay, we're going to pay you more, people only want to work so much hours, and they may not increase the amount of hours they do by increasing the pay. It actually could be negative. Like, you could make more and work less if we do that. So it's trying to find the balance, and I've heard from many members, I've heard from staff, it's those other things that make their life better by living here and being here. But it's also taking into account that those things actually cost dollars, and when the health authority is already running deficits, it's really hard for them to try to find funding for incentives. And so this is why it's important that we're getting NTHSSA right funded, so that way they can utilize the money, they can get the right funding for the programs and services that they're providing, that the Northwest Territories residents need and deserve. However, they're able to allocate funding to those important things for staff recruitment, and that we've heard from staff. So this work is ongoing, and it's been, my entire career in the healthcare system, I've been saying there's certain things that I need and wanted in my time, and they're still, we're still trying to find the funding to be able to implement those things. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Member from Grace Lake, did you have the follow-up question? Okay, thank you. Is there any further questions? I'll go to the member from Mackenzie Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On your facility-based addictions treatment center, it's gone down, or treatment just it's gone down some 31%. Can you elaborate on that a bit? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the question from the member. I know that this funding amount is not enough, and the funding that was in the previous year's budget was a one-time funding because of sunset funding. It's gone back to the original amount that's currently core funding for this program. However, this program is currently under review under the Health Sustainability Unit, and I believe it's the first one that's going to come back with recommendations on this line item, so that we could, once I have those recommendations, and that's will help us decide what the funding probably needs to be. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to the member from Mackenzie Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. How much of this funding was allocated towards aftercare? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to the minister.
This funding is specifically based for facility-based addictions treatment. So this pot of funding is for when we utilize the contract services for those who have addictions that, that have polysubstance abuse and multiple, and they need to go out for treatment, and they work with their caseworkers for the best specific treatment plan, whether it's in territory or out of territory. However, the aftercare funding, I believe, is in the previous section. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the member from Mackenzie Delta.
Good, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions to the member from Yonge North?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to quickly follow up on my colleague's question from Mackenzie Delta, on the facility-based addictions treatment, we also consistently year over year see money come forward in our supplementary estimates for many millions of dollars required to, top up the money we're allocating for facility-based addictions treatment. And in the supplementary estimates that were just tabled earlier today, we are asked for an additional $5.87 million for facility-based addictions treatment. So that's like more than double, almost triple, like the base amount that we're actually budgeting for facility-based addictions treatment. So are we to understand that this number here is what the feds are willing to pay us for, but we continue to spend the money anyway and we just keep bringing it back in supplementary estimates? Or what's the rationale for not just increasing the amount in the actual budget when we know we're going to need many millions more to meet the demand for facility-based addictions treatment? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, this is not federal funded. This is us funded. So this comes from either through any of our revenues, or this is GNWT funded. So there isn't no federal line attached to this core funding. The actuals, yeah, like as every year up and this has been gone over, the cost of providing services outside the territory plus the travel, and I think the travel piece has been a huge increase to that cost, and the numbers of people that are actually utilizing these services. So we have, on average, it's, before COVID, there was about, 200 on average a year going out with, and then post-COVID, I think 22, 23 to 24, 25, it's gone from up to 400 people going out for addiction services. And so the cost of the provider and the cost of the travel, the cost, this program has always, provided, depending on the need of the patient and how far they're traveling, they require an escort sometimes because of their addiction, and they need to be able to get to where they need to get to. Sometimes they need to detox and things like that. So there's many different reasons why this has gone up, but those are the main ones, and that's why it's under review as part of the health sustainability unit, because it's one of the biggest costs. Like when we average out where we're spending, overspending for the amount of dollar allocated and the amount of overages, the percentage is flagged. So that's why it's one of the first things that it's going to be looked at with recommendations on where we need to be, how we need to be funding this. And I'll be honest, like one of the things that we have looked at is we've, there has been conversations about providing services in the territory, and even talking with different organizations, and we are working with an Indigenous organization right now to provide in-territory services. And so that work is ongoing right now. It's working with our partners to be able to provide services in the NWT, and what's the best way. And we know that some of the people that are going out, they are requesting to leave the territory to do these services because of all of the supports that they have that are there, that to be able to provide that in the territory. We struggle to retain those mental health workers, those counselors, and then the O&M to have a building and all of that. So this is something that I will continue to bring back to the Council of Leaders and having these conversations, as because they believe, some of them believe that they want to do the aftercare in the communities, and we can continue to focus on this. And then there's the other 50% that want in territory, and so we continue to have this challenge, but we do know it's expensive.
Okay, thank you. With the member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So As part of the review of the program by the Health Care System Sustainability Unit, are they trying to analyze the effectiveness of the program in any way? For example, are they analyzing how many people may not manage to complete the program once they're sent down to the facility-based treatment? And I mean, acknowledging that everybody's journey is different and this is never sort of a linear, like always sort of moving forward and progressing. Anybody's struggle is always going to be 2 steps forward, 1 step back, and with lots of detours. But are we trying to do any analysis overall of the number of people who may not be even able to complete the program or may go back over and over and over again? Just to get a sense of, like, you know, when we do send people for treatment, you know, what kinds of outcomes we're generally seeing in the territory. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to the Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, we keep track of patients that are referred. We keep track of patients that they cancel before they even fly out, and so those sometimes there's cost related to that because we have to pay for, you know, the flights and accommodations that were pre-booked. We keep track of the early discharge and self-discharge clients. We keep track of the completions, and we also keep track of people that are repeating treatment. And so that is all, I believe that's all, you know, part of the work that they're analyzing as part of this program, because I believe that we know that we do need this service, and if this is what it's costing, you know, I guess that's the thing is what can we do? Can we do something in the Northwest Territories that's going to lessen the cost, or being closer to home? And if that option comes, that's part of, I guess that's, I'll have to wait and see what comes from that Health Sustainability Unit.
Okay, thank you. I'll go back to the member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm glad that we are keeping those stats, because that might start to give us some clues about whether we're going about this the right way overall. I'm also wondering if the minister or if the department is doing any analysis. My understanding is that not all of the facility-based addictions treatment programs down south are really focused or oriented around trauma. There are some specific centers that focus on trauma and can even welcome, you know, families as a whole coming and dealing with that, and others don't necessarily take a trauma lens, and so therefore some centers or treatment programs might be, you know, more appropriate for some than others. Is that part of the analysis in terms of, are we ensuring that people are going to the right kinds of programs that are going to best meet their needs? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to the Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the caseworkers work closely, like so every person that travels out has a case manager, and they work with the client to find the facility and the program that best meets their needs. We also have programs through Child and Family Services that work with families, that will work with a family that also, you know, finds the most appropriate program for them to work through, you know, if it's trauma or addictions. And most of them that do travel for these programs have continued, you know, they have to continue to follow up with their caseworker. However, when we talk about, you know, Indigenous programming throughout Canada, of course, it's not going to be the same to our culture and our beliefs in the Northwest Territories. I mean, even within the Northwest Territories, traveling from where I'm from to the southern part of the territory are two different cultures. So to build one, even in the territory, it's going to be very, it may not meet every cultural need. However, we are, as I mentioned, we are continuing to work with, within the territory with a group on, what can we do within the Northwest Territories for trauma, because we do know that it is a need. We do have a contractor that does specifically that I believe that we can work with and that focuses on trauma. But the contractors that we have right now that we work with are through an RFP process we put out, and these are what we say that we need them to be able to provide, and then they put their through the RFP process. So then we go down and review and make sure that they are providing the things that they say that we're asking to do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there any further questions? We'll go to the member from Montfrey.
Since we're talking about the facility-based addiction treatment, I know that Klitschko government, they're doing their feasibility study regarding the treatment center. I just wanted to ask the minister if they are working with the indigenous government, such as Klitschko government, who are doing their own studies to, to accommodate. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I believe we work with we do work with with all of the Indigenous governments with the Council of Leaders, and we have the Indigenous, we have the Council's, what is it, the Health Working Group through the Council of Leaders. However, if an Indigenous, and this is one of the areas where it's exciting because, with Indigenous governments and self-governments, they can work directly with Indigenous Service Canada, and as they have direct funding pots created for wellness. And so it's exciting, and I look forward to being able to, see what comes of their program, and we most definitely will work with them however they want us to. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to the member from Montfrey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Lately, I do admire and I do encourage and support, our people reaching out for help to deal with their addictions. It's not something easy for many. And in the past, it was alcohol, but lately we know that it's not alcohol. It's that drugs, the drugs that are coming in from outside, fentanyl, crystal meth, crack cocaine, heroin, and even with the recent waste management, the testing of our waste management in the Klitschko region, it all confirms all the stuff that we've been hearing about. So I really do, I do admire the young people that are reaching out for help. But I just want, in living in the small communities, we all know of someone, we all know of family members, even myself, of that had issue, and we know a lot of young people are struggling with addictions. And we know of someone that is drug dealers. Even, I don't want to identify, I'm not going to say names, but but we all know who is selling drugs in our small communities. I even have a neighbor, selling drugs out of their place. So a lot of these vulnerable people are being used. We know that they are, and daily, you know, like even for the weekend that I was home, I see young people walking over there, young people, teenagers. So when they walk out, when I'm outside, some of them, I know, they know that, you know, they don't look at you. They just walk facing the other way because they know that I'm going to question them. Or they go the other way, they try to avoid you. And this is happening in many of the small communities. So, and I know that the law, if we call the RCMP, they want, you know, there's all kinds of questions that they ask. So I just want to ask the minister if the department is working with the Department of Justice in regards to, with regards to dealing with the drug dealers. You know, are they working with them to make it more easier for people who are complaining? Because even this past weekend, somebody did complain, and I said, well, call the police. And they said, they're asking 100 questions, you know, and by the time they answer all the questions, like, it's too late. Things like that. So I just want to know if, because I know, and I really do appreciate my colleagues here who really address the addiction, and because the majority of the people who are suffering are young people, the indigenous. So I really do appreciate Ms. Morgan. I do appreciate everybody that, you know, because it's not just us that has to do it, it's all of us. We want a healthy, you know, we want our young people to be healthy. We need them for future. And if we don't do anything, like now we're in this crisis situation, because in 2013, when they closed down the only health treatment facility, you know, they knew, I'm sure they knew all about this, that it was going to happen, what was going to happen. And just like the minister said, you know, like they keep track of everybody that went out and that early release and that cancel flight, or those who cancel the programs. I mean, that is really good. It's good to know, but it's just that I know health and social services should not be just years only, but working with other departments to see how we can fight against these addiction. What can we do to help our young people to make the system better for the people out there that wants to report? Even me saying, you know I have a my neighbor, you know, they're selling drugs out of his house. I know that, you know, things like that. It's just that it would be nice if we can, if the system work with us, and I'm sure we can do more in that area. So I just wanted to ask the minister if they are working with the other departments. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I believe that you know, when it comes to this issue, we as a cabinet are all working through this, and I know that my department and Justice and the RCMP, they also are working together right now. I believe, you know, and it's an area that it came, you know, and it's a hard place, because when we have people who are afraid to report, we also have people that are, you know, are afraid to leave for treatment. We have, you know, when we hear about people that are coming home from treatment, you know, when I hear from residents in my own community, it's when they say, well, there's no aftercare, and I say, well, what specifically do you need? And many of them, you know, they do say housing because they leave from situations where they are homeless because they've been in their addiction for so long, and they are coming back to a place where they don't have a home to go back to. They've got broken relationships with their families, you know, and it is a really hard place to come back. But I know that, you know, with the work that we're trying to do through the transitional housing, I know, you know, I can't speak for the amount of things that the Minister of Housing is got on her plate, but her and I continue to have conversations as well in that area. So that we are trying to work as a whole of government to tackle this issue. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to the member from Monfrey.
Thank you. I really do appreciate. Thank you. Because this is a sensitive topic, and because it does involve majority of the client that we're talking about are young people, the Indigenous. And, you know, I know a lot of them that went out for treatment. And people that are close to you, you know, and even now there's people close to you that are leaving their community. That's going, you know, they're going out for treatment to help themselves, which is good. And coming back to the same old, it's not going to be easy journey because we know, just like you mentioned, trauma. There's a lot of issues that they're going to be dealing with when they're there. And sometimes, yes, maybe we might not have those trauma team. So it's a lot of things. They're going to go through a lot of things when they're out there, but it's helping them. In many cases, in many situations, it's helping them. We know that, you know, and so with coming back to the same old, and I know this is a capital project, but I've mentioned it before too as well. What we need in Clecho region is a transitional housing programs. Transitional housing programs, both the facility and operation budget. So I just want to know if there's any plan in place for Clecho region to have a transitional housing program to accommodate our young people. It doesn't matter where it is, if it's in Gamity, Wukwiti, or Wati, or Bichiko, a facility to help our young people. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to the minister.
I'll keep it short. We have the 2 transitional housings right now, just because we've never had that program in the territory. We're just analyzing the current one that's open and operating, and then we'll be and that one's an NGO in Yellowknife that's non-Indigenous, but it services anybody who comes back. But we also are working with an Indigenous group up in Inuvik, but I'll take this back too because I know that my department works with housing, and you know, I hear the member, and I know of the struggles that her region is having. But we also, you know, I've heard from Hay River. They are like at an epicenter of this situation as well, and so there is many communities in our territory that are. I would like to have one in every community, but we need to make sure that we get it right while we're rolling these out. And so if we, you know, when we have these 2 open and running successfully, and patients are coming back and transitioning back into, you know, supporting them back into everyday life, then we know it's a success, and then we, you know, that's where when we throw our money at these good things. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. Is there any further questions from members? Seeing none, we'll continue on. Please turn to page 212. Health and Social Services out of the Territory Services, $99,750,000. Does the committee agree? Thank you. Moving on to supplementary health benefits, beginning at 214, with information items on page 216. Are there any questions? I'll go to the member from Frame Lake.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. First thing I wanted to ask about was the extended health benefits. I note that the cost went up from 13 to 16 last year and continues to be 16 this year. So my understanding of the original reason they brought about the EHB changes was to save money. So how did we end up with a program that costs more?
All right, thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is actually a good news story because we usually have to put forward SUPs or add to the deficit for many of our medication costs previously with the funding, and we were able to increase the funding with the cost for drugs for rare disease agreement through federal government that will increase the amount of money coming to pay for a lot of those costs that extended health benefits pays for those medications. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the member from Frame Lake.
Okay, so if I heard the minister correctly, she's saying that we have received more money to offset the cost of administering this program. Can the minister, and the minister can confirm that for me in her answer, but I'm also wondering, I mean, the goals kind of shifted as this program came about, so have we got any stats on program implementation? I think it's been, if I'm, about a year since the policy changed at least. Does the minister have any information for us on what's changed? Who's accessing the program, what people benefits are like now that the program's in place? Thanks.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am currently just waiting for the finalization of the first year's analysis. So I don't have that information. I should have that within this next month. However, we do know that there are currently, as of January 15th, 3,721 individuals registered for benefits as seniors in the Northwest Territories, and we have 894 individuals registered for the 25-26 benefits.
Okay, thank you. I'll go back to the member from Frame Lake.
Thank you. I appreciate the numbers, but it's a little bit hard to know what to do with those out of context. So it'd be interesting to see, like, is the department producing, it sounds like the minister's got a report coming. I guess my next question is that something that's going to be provided to members or committee? Expand upon that question. I mean, it would be helpful to see numbers presented in context. What were numbers of uptake like? And coverage like prior to adoption of the new policy, and what are uptake numbers like now? Have they changed significantly? Are more people accessing the program? Is it the same people accessing the program? Because what I'm trying to understand is if the program changes have been successful. So we'll need a fair bit of context to be able to make a determination on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I mentioned, as soon as I have that report and I review it, and then there's a process that we use to go through, and as soon as I have briefed my colleagues on it, and then I will offer a briefing to committee on that as I committed previously. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to the member from Frame Lake.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think just a piece of feedback as you prepare that report, I mean, it would be very helpful for us to understand what success was supposed to look like in the beginning, or to begin with. throughout the process of developing that new policy, we got a lot of feedback, negative feedback from residents who didn't want to see the policy changed. I can't say I heard from anybody who was excited that the policy was changing so that they would be able to access benefits. And so I'm curious what we're defining as success in terms of implementation of this program. So curious to see that. I'll leave that point there, but I mean, it's a funny one for me. I will take the minister's word for it at this time that it's a good news story that we've received more money to administer the program. That is good, but it's just interesting to see the program cost increase, considering what the justification was. It certainly leaves me with a hint of doubt in my mind about the big process we're going through for healthcare system sustainability. If one of our small efforts to save money has resulted in a program increasing in cost. On medical travel, I note that there was a significant increase between 2025-26 and 2026-27. Can the minister help us understand what that cost increase is about?
Yeah, thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to the comments, I also wanted to say that just from the information that I have, we do have 433 new registrants on the extended health benefits that weren't previously eligible before, so that's something that we were targeting to try and get people that weren't eligible before. However, I'll go to the question that's asked, and that is due to the air ambulance contract that was renewed. We previously had a 10-year I believe, and it renewed, and the cost of that contract has increased significantly from when it was negotiated previously, just due to the costs of doing business in the north and air travel and staffing that contract. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll go back to the member from Frame Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so just to help me understand that contract cost, so like once that 10-year contract was in place, costs were effectively fixed for 10 years. And so when we see an increase now, it does look like a significant increase, but it could perhaps just be accounting for inflation. Is that correct? Or is the minister including SUPs for different costs? Does the cost escalate every year, or is it kind of only in any time that we sign a new contract? Thanks.
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Based on historics, that's the average that they use for Medevacs, and a generation of the increases over the years. So, because each air ambulance flight is a certain cost, and so how it's, I believe it's budgeted is that it's the average with inflation, with the actual cost of doing business, and so that's what it is. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to the member from Frame Lake.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Perhaps with the last minute that we have, I could just ask for a bit more clarity there. What I was asking is, once we've established a new contract, is that fixed for a certain period of time where we're going to see the cost is fixed, or is it something that, because it sounded to me like the reason the cost went up significantly is because we negotiated a new contract which hadn't been renewed in 10 years. So does that 10-year contract have fixed costs, and does the new one have fixed costs? So what I'm asking is this going to increase year over year, or is the cost now fixed at about 22 million? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
I'll try be more clear that we have negotiated fixed costs. However, it's fixed costs per flight. So if there's more air ambulance traffic, then it's going to be more. So we at the end of the year, we average what the historical information is on Medevacs, the amount of Medevacs, and then we budget it accordingly to that. So yes, the contract is fixed, but it's the amount of so if there's 100 more Medevacs next year than what we budgeted for the average. If it's 100 more than what was the average, then it will be a little bit more, and we'd have to come back and look for more money. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. I'll go back to the member from Frame Lake if you had a follow-up.
Yeah, thank you. Just might as well ask one last question on this. And that is just, is there just one provider that can provide medical travel, or was this something that we went out for RFP on and this happened to be the lowest bidder? How did it work acquiring that contract for medical travel? Thanks.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That went out for RFP.
Okay, thank you. Is there any further questions? Go to the member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So picking up on the same line of questions as my colleague around the air ambulance contract, can the minister clarify how much per year did the cost of the contract increase by? Because it looks like our medical travel budget has increased by $13.3 million, and so that's more than double it was previous. How much of that increase is due to the air ambulance contract specifically? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you. I'm going to turn it over to the ADM.
Thank you. I'll go to the ADM.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The contract increased by $13 million net. That factors in any offsets that are expected, like from billing back third parties, et cetera. So that's not the exact dollar value of the contract, but it's the net impact of the contract increase. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to the member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So looking at our latest annual report on medical travel, it shows that the cost of emergency air travel, so just the air ambulance, has actually been decreasing over the last 3 years. There's been less cases and we've had an overall decrease in cost. So I'm having trouble understanding why this budget significantly more than doubles all of a sudden the cost of air ambulance in a given year. Can the minister explain how that makes any sense? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I want to go to the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, with the billing part of air ambulance, so say, for instance, non-insured health benefits, all of the air ambulance flights for First Nation and Inuit in the Northwest Territories that don't fall under employer benefits get billed to NIHB, and I believe that the billing for NIHB is has there's more going through to NIHB to cover those costs now. I'm not sure if it wasn't being billed before. Yeah, my understanding is there was some of it that wasn't being billed, and so that government was paying for those costs. And so with the I believe the special allotment, and there's all the extra core funding that the extra supplementary funding that NIHB has been given to us, we've been able to bill back a lot of that fund directly back to NIHB, whereas before it wasn't being covered. It was $200 each way.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to the member from Yellowknife North.
I know that there's a lot of numbers here that we're dealing with, but what I'm looking at in terms of trends is that over the last 3 years, we've had less and less actual air ambulance flights. Not a huge amount less, but a slight decrease. And so we've just negotiated this new contract. And so I would assume, unless I'm wrong, that we're not imagining this year we're going to double the amount of air ambulance flights all of a sudden, that there won't be a need for that because the evidence has been showing the trend over the last few years has been going down. So if we have roughly the same or slightly less amount of air ambulance flights that we're going to need, are you saying that this year we're going to be paying more than twice the same amount for the same services we got last year? Does that represent what's happening here? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's very, I guess, it's hard to explain it. It's very confusing because a lot of this is flow through, build back. And I know that the last couple of years, we have had increased funding to be able to build back to allocate funding to this through NIHB to pay for the full cost. That was what we've been negotiating. We had a 2-year agreement with NIHB. That's why it looks like it's gone down over the last couple of years, because we hadn't had to budget as much to this. However, we still have a portion that we have to pay for those that don't have insurances, for those that live in the Northwest Territories to be able to access this air ambulance. And so that's why there's still a portion of that previous air ambulance contract. But then with the new air ambulance contract, there was new things added in that. I can turn it over to the ADM to be able to explain that a little bit.
Thank you. I'll go to the ADM.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the old contract 10 years ago, 12 years ago, maybe now, the pricing that was done was, we actually had the benefit of a larger portion of the contract being a fixed cost, which saved us a little bit over the 10-year period, and mitigated some of the inflation and volume that actually occurred. So we were very much expecting this new contract when we went out to RFP to come back significantly higher, and it did, because there was a catch-up for all the inflation that had happened over that 10-year period, as well as the increase in volume over that 10-year period. Over the last couple of years, the volume, I think, is maybe going down a little bit, and as the minister said, our net costs are being offset by the increased revenue that we're getting from Indigenous Services Canada to support medical travel for Indigenous residents. The new contract, while it's providing largely the same service, does have some benefits built into it. So previously, we only had one aircraft that was capable of transporting bariatric patients. So the new contract has more than one aircraft that can do that. So now we can be moving aircrafts like at the same time. We don't have to keep one aircraft just in case we get a bariatric patient. So that was a significant increase because it was less downtime for the flight, the ambulances overall, the aircraft overall. In addition, there was some changes done to the operational support staff to have 3 critical care teams working 12 hours a day instead of 2 critical care teams working 12 hours a day. So again, it supported that ongoing nature of less downtime for the flights. And that did come with some additional costs for the contract as well. But it was for a better service that we were getting. So I'll stop there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. I'll go back to the member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can the minister tell us how competitive the bidding process was? I know she said it went out to RFP. Can she tell us how competitive it actually was, or whether we were forced to be sort of a taker of what someone was willing to give us? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Yeah, I believe that there was other bids that came in. As far as that information, I don't have any other information on.
Okay, thank you. I'll go back to the member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just with the last minute I have here, I wanted to get in a question with asking for a bit more detail on the new medical travel case managers that are being put in place, which I think is a really positive step to better manage medical travel. It seems that the minister has been saying that these 3 new case managers will be overseeing all medical travel patient cases, but that seems pretty overwhelming. So I assume they'll have to have some criteria for which ones they zero in on or focus on reviewing. Are they going to be focusing on just a specific subset or just some medical travel cases to try to flag whether or not it can be better coordinated or combined? Or are we really expecting these 3 new case managers to be looking over and reviewing every single medical travel request that comes in? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, their role is to do case reviews, and so they could probably have the first year just flagged with all of the concerns brought forward to my office that they need to start flagging on these issues, and they will continue to do that, and that is what will help implement the changes that are operationally happening, right at the front line. So if there are certain things that they need to give direction on and things like that to the frontline staff that are, this will be their role. So when we look at, they need to be, before actioning something, this is the process that you need to follow. And I think that's what they'll be doing, is they'll be finding the areas where we have patients where they're, we've heard many times patients traveling multiple times in a month, and trying to figure out the process of how do we streamline that. And that's the kind of case management, clinical management that they will do within the medical travel office.
Okay, thank you. Is there any further questions? I'll go to the member from Montfrey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know health department, health is very important. That's one of the most important department, especially for the indigenous as well. For the indigenous, because it deals with everything, and I know that the ministers, they all work with the Council of Leaders, and who are all indigenous leaders. I just want to ask, this is regarding the transparency and accountability. Is there any, we don't know what's going on at the, we have a rep over there, but then it would be nice to see a report, some kind of a report on what's going on, or what are you working with, or how, not how, but what, we just need a report where on the topic, what is it, because each region, like you said before too, each region is different, and all our wants and needs are different, especially in the small communities in the regions outside of the larger regional center. So it would be nice, I just want to ask the minister, have they done any reports? Is there a report available for us to see, so that way next time that we are prepared of, we know of what the working relationship, the working group, from the indigenous to GNWT, if there is a report exists, then it would really help us a lot too. So it's just a question, it's just a comment. I'm not too sure if they've done that already, or it's just all, talking. That's all they do. I'm not too sure, but if there's some kind of a report, it would be nice to share with us. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, if the member is referring to the Council of Leaders, I know that there's usually a communique from the discussions that happen, and I can bring this back to my colleagues. Sorry, it's been a long day. I'll bring back to cabinet, and then I can see if there's a report that's generated or an update for members on the discussions that happen. I do know that we do have the AOC chair that attends, and I am not sure how that briefing or information is passed along, but I will bring this back to my cabinet colleagues. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll go back to the member from Monfrey.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister. Yes, it would be nice to see some kind of a report, just so that we are aware of what's going on between Council of Leaders and the ministers. And but I mean, specifically, I'm more interested in the Department of Health and Education. So, because that really, it helps our regions and our community, because most of the employment that we have in our small communities is health and social services and education. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I'll take that as a comment. I'll continue on. Is there any further questions? Seeing none, no further. Ms. Reid? Sorry. Oh. Sorry, I go to the member from Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Apologies for not putting my hand up higher. Continuing on the line of questioning that my colleague from Yellowknife North had, is there a substantiation that the health minister can give around the increase of 13 million on the medical travel, like something that she could table in the House about the breakdown of why exactly it is so much more than it was previously? Because I don't feel like we're getting a clear understanding of why it's increased that much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to the minister.
I'll take that back, and I'm not, because it's a procured service, I know that there's things that are publicly available, but I'll take back to see what I can publicly share with, and I can also take back and get my staff to be able to kind of say what the difference over the last little bit from the last contract to this contract and why the changes, what's incurring those changes in the costs for members, if that helps.
Thank you. I'll go back to the member from Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yeah, if the minister's staff has further pieces to add at this point, I think that would be helpful. I'd definitely like to know what they can explain here on the floor today, and have any additional information shared in the future. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So I'll just take that as a comment then. Okay, I'll go to the minister.
At this time, as I mentioned, the new 10-year agreement is to respect the next 10 years, and so using the inflation, and that's why such the difference, because the last contract 10 years ago, there wasn't as many inflationary, there wasn't as many the cost of travel wasn't as high. So what we have shared, as I mentioned, I will take this back and share publicly with what I can share publicly, and I will see if I can do a different a comparison of the previous and this contract to show why the cost difference. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to the member from Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's all for now.
Okay, thank you. Is there any further questions? Okay, please turn to page 215. Health and Social Services Supplementary Health Benefits, $97,000. Does committee agree? Okay, thank you, committee. I'm going to turn to the member from Nunavut-Bootleg.
We'll finalize.
Thank you. There are additional information items on page 217 to 221. Are there any questions? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to go to the member from Nunavut-Bootleg. I'll go to the member from Mackenzie Delta. My apologies.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On your active positions, there's been an increase in positions for the Beaufort Delta. Can you elaborate on that? Where are these positions and what positions are they? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to the member from, the minister or the deputy minister.
What are we talking about? The Beaufort Delta. The increase in the Beaufort Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The increased positions would be reflective of the Northern Wellness Agreement, because that is the only place, I think, where we have any increase in positions in this budget, other than positions, the 4 initiative positions, which are all in Yellowknife. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to the member from Mackenzie Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It states that there's an increase in Beaufort Delta positions, and it's, I don't know why it's saying it's in Yellowknife. Can you clarify that?
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I have it broken down into the different sections, and so what I can commit to is taking this back and sharing with the member. We can organize it into the regions, the health authority regions, and provide that to members.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to the Mackenzie Delta member.
That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions? The member from Montfrey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hospital services. I know the budget went down from last fiscal year to upcoming fiscal year. Even with the revise, it still remained the same. So I know in the hospital here, there's MRI. We have CAT scan, but we don't have MRI. Can the minister explain why MRI is not available in the Northwest Territories?
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, when the new hospital was built, it was built to have a CAT scan in there. I don't have any information as to why or the decision-making behind only a CAT scan, but I do know that as of right now, we are looking at that for Yellowknife. I believe we are doing a feasibility study right now, and it's something that we kind of we are working through that, because with the federal budget allotments that are that were announced, that there's allocated, hospital, capital funding and these types of things in the federal budget for the North. We need to have all of these things put feasibility studies, so we're ready to go if this is something that we're able to an area where we will be able to utilize funding for those things. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go back to the member from Montfrey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, that is a shame, because that hospital, to build that hospital, millions and millions of dollars was spent, especially, not only that, especially when a hospital that we do not own, and they left out one of the most important equipments. And MRI, it's an early detection of all kinds of illness. So that is, that is a shame because it's a life-saving equipment for many of our people. And so with that, because there's no MRI in that at Stanton Hospital, so can the minister explain to us, not explain, but so how much, according to the medical travel number, so how many of our people travel out of that territory for MRI service? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the minister, please.
I can commit to getting that information back. I don't have that here.
Okay, thank you. I'll go back to the member from Monfrey.
Thank you. Well, that's MRI machine is very important, and when I said that Department of Health is very important for our people, especially the Indigenous, because of our treaty rights. My colleague always talks about the treaty rights, so it is part of our treaty. So that's why I said, Department of Health and Education are two important departments for us. Dialysis. Hospital, I know that, larger regions, no, I don't think Inuvik does have one, but I know there's one probably south of us. But dialysis machine, there's quite a few people from my region, they travel to Yellowknife for dialysis services. And we've been asking about this in our community. Because some of our people don't want to travel on the road daily or 3 times a week for dialysis service and other services as well for for cancer. Is there a plan in place in the near future for a dialysis machine to be installed or to have that service in Clichy region? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, that has not come up in conversations that I've had with TCSA at this time. One of the areas we have Yellowknife and we have Hay River that currently provide dialysis. One of the struggles that we do have is that putting a dialysis machine and to some of the smaller communities, or not smaller communities, but even in Inuvik, we're redoing a feasibility there to see if there's the numbers do meet what we would need to put in there. And the other part of it is that we already, I think with the current dialysis nursing specialty that it is to run the dialysis that we currently have, we sometimes run when vacancies and struggle to hire those specialized nurses. And so we already know that in the Clichy region that we struggle to hire nurses overall in that region, and we would need somebody permanent and dedicated in the regions where we would have those pieces of equipment. There's also many other factors that I just recently learned about, and it's plumbing and the amount of water that has to be able to support a dialysis machine, and that was just newly told to me in this last bit of feasibility, like just getting an update. And so the work that's going on even in Inuvik is to see if our own water system, Utilidor system, can even hold that capacity. So there's many, and so when we look into a community that that's smaller and struggles to have nursing capacity, this is not something that has been raised by TCSA, and as they are self-governing, we usually take the lead of what their concerns are and where they want us to assist with. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll go back to the member from Monfrey.
Diabetes. I talked to many of my constituents, and a lot of them have been saying, we need that program back. In the past, there was a diabetic the nurse used to come and visit the communities and work well with the community. Lately, I know that diabetes among the Indigenous is on the rise because of their lifestyle. We know that. I want to ask the minister, because we do have money for Healthy Choice Funds, Healthy Family, On the Land Diabetes Program, etc. And is there any plan in the near future to bring the diabetes program to the small communities? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Diabetes program throughout the Northwest Territories, I think, has been like as before. I remember working in Inuvik, and we had a diabetes educator. Those were federally funded because that was the thing of that government. So that was time limited funding, and then there's other, like there's the Northern Wellness Agreements that we give to communities that can create what's the health priorities of their community, and then they can allocate those funds to running different types of programs. We also have CHRs that have the, for diabetes education, like awareness and things like that, could be doing more in the communities. But what we did do is that chronic disease management, and diabetes is looked at as one of the chronic diseases, like one of the major chronic diseases in our territory, and we see a high incidence in our Indigenous population, and a lot of it is diet and exercise and things like that, to change in diet. And so what we have done in this budget is we have the position, the project management for the chronic disease prevention and management, which is going to be key to developing the territorial governance model for chronic disease and prevention. So this will help to give us guidelines and then be able to, go out and do these things. But in the meantime, like all those other things that I mentioned, and so we have heard this through the regional wellness councils, and we can bring this back to see what type of information and education the community health representatives are doing in the communities.
Thank you. I know the member has a quick question, or is there a follow-up? Okay, well, we can just one more follow-up, and then we're going to go to Denny. Thank you.
Took up my time. Yeah. Okay, well, since we're on the topic of diabetes, we know that it's very important, and you said, the chronic disease, it's on the rise, especially among the Indigenous people. And on the land diabetes program, there's no funding for next fiscal year. Why is that?
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Sorry, that was a one-time initiative funding, and it was sunset.
Okay, thank you. I think maybe what I'll do is I'll just stop it there. We'll resume tomorrow with the member from Monfrey if you have further questions. I'm going to go to the member from Nuvik-Boot Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, move the chair rise and report progress. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor to report progress. The motion is in order and non-debatable. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carried. Thank you. I will now rise to report progress. Thank you. And I have to excuse the witnesses too as well. Thank you very much. Merci.
Member from Toonaday-Welladay.
Mr. Speaker, your committee has been considering table documents 448-20 brackets 1, 2026-2027 main estimates, and would like to report. And Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the Committee of the Whole be concurred with. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Can I have a seconder? Member from Range Lake. All those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carried unanimously. Post consideration of committee as a whole and whole of bill and other matters. Consideration of, reports to committee of the whole. Reports to committee of the whole. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Orders of the day, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Standing Committee on Public Accounts will meet at the Rise of House. Orders of the day for Tuesday, February 10th, 2026 at 1:30 p.m. Prayer or reflection, minister statements, member statements, recognition of visitors in the gallery, replies to the budget address, day 4 of 7, reports of committees on the review of bills, reports of standing and special committees, returns to oral questions, oral question 974-20 bracket 1, acknowledgements, oral questions, written question 26-20 bracket 1, written question 27-20 bracket 1, written question 28-20 bracket 1, written question 29-20 bracket 1, written question 30-20 bracket 1. Returns of written questions, replies to the Commissioner's address, petitions, tabling of documents, notice of motions, notices of motions of first reading of bills, first reading of bills, Bill 40 and 41, second reading of bills, consideration in committee of the whole of bills and other matters, table document 488-20 bracket 1, table document 453-20 bracket 1, table document 454-20 bracket 1, report of committee of the whole, third reading of bills, orders of the day.
Clerk, this House stands adjourned until Tuesday, February 10th, 2026 at 1:30 p.m.